here and ready to get started. Although I think I've heard from everyone recently. So we will do something that we do all the time, which is where do we begin session last time? What was the start of session last game?
Man.
Oh, that's hard. Weren't we just on our ship, basically? Start of session? Yeah, we had gotten back.
We'd just gotten back to entire garage.
We were talking to Renki, is that right? We started with her before talking to Margot.
Mm-hmm. You'd sort of done that at the end of the previous session, is having a long conversation with Renki, but I think you sort of continued the conversation at the beginning of session last time.
We started with the vision, like we were debriefing the vision that we had, right?
That I had.
That you had, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we'll probably, once we get into like actual session for today, we'll do some debriefing of the vision that I gave, the copy of the vision that I gave to you guys at the end of session last time.
Yes, completely forgot to read that.
2 weeks ago. Are we, were we to believe that that was the same vision that Morin had, or he had sort of like a specialized version? Because
it's the same vision.
Okay.
It is the same vision, yes. Warren got some early warning of things, and has
the second time that has happened.
It has a little bit more context for the vision, but that's because Morin knows more of the pieces, not really that his vision was any different.
Yeah, did you say that was your sister? Was the POV? Or the
no, not the
girl?
POV.
The girl
woman,
that he was. Yeah, okay. Do we know why you are getting visions before everyone else?
I don't.
Okay.
But I got the Haven one a couple of days before you all got it.
Yeah. Freaky.
But did Griffle get the vision of the runner before the rest of us got it?
Did she?
The Minotaur in the maze? I do not believe so.
Okay.
There was a vision that only she got. But it
was
wasn't
not
a precog, it was a helm thing, right? Yeah.
Correct. It was not a vision, like a vision of the future.
Yeah.
It was a memory from the helm.
We're not in Minority Report.
Aren't we, though?
We kind of are.
We kind of are.
I mean, I've been told very explicitly that you basically are the Minority Report, Foxy, so I don't know what...
I'd say we're not the good ones from the movie, though. We're like the shit one from the TV show.
Oh, jeez, dog.
I didn't know there was a TV show. But
me neither.
I didn't know either.
Yeah,
it was bad.
It was bad.
Okay.
So, we started off with the vision. This is what's going to be... Well, no, this is where we're going to end. You started off with the getting back to Antio Garrick talking with Renki.
We got some more details about the time flow rates.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And so some chunk of that was talking about how the time works and being able to get a hint at different places that have flows of time that are like wildly different, like largely positive or largely negative numbers.
And the Shadowfell is weird.
Yeah, the Shadowfell has some special rules associated with it. This is not the normal map that we use for this, but it's not that big of a deal to use it. It's fine. So, talk with Renki quite a bit, and then what? Where to? Because you guys kind of did a last session was a little bit of a like talking to people and dealing with loose threads and that sort of stuff. So you guys had a kind of a checklist of people to talk to and things to look into.
We talked to Margot after Renki, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was immediately after.
Mm-hmm.
So she wants to hire us to get revenge on some kind of Plague Herald guy I don't have his written down.
Didier.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he like unleashed some kind of magic at her, and she was expecting it to be one kind of attack, and it was actually different, and that's what sent her wilds.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We put that together. So he was like he's gonna be casting like a plague on Haven. And so he was like channeling plague magic to like empower his spells or whatever. And then we thought he was connected with Narsenhar because we know when we were in the Iron Star, Narsenhar was being like drained by something and asked Drock for help.
You could phrase that as him asking Drock for help. Yes.
I think it was
Was-
more commanding.
He was violently showing Drock that he needed assistance.
And I think Margot, I didn't really pick up on this until we were talking later about this Plague Herald guy, but I think Margot said that her people reside in the Shadowsfell, right?
Mhm.
Whereas the songs appear to reside on Sylvan.
Yep. The Song Court is on the Prime Material Plane, specifically on Sulban, and then the Turi Court is in the Shadowfell. And you guys talked a little bit about with Margot about like why she wants this to happen, because ostensibly this is her people that are attacking the town. What is her reasoning for hiring you guys to take out one of her own people, other than she wants to have revenge? But there's sort of you guys had a pretty decently long talk with her about motivation stuff.
So her house is one of many, and the houses are a little more fractured, and so they're all kind of vying for power. And she wants to show that her house is the one that they should be relying on because they are the ones that can control their hunger to basically fight with, versus using the plague, and that's what that guy's house is using. So it's kind of like inter-house wars while a bigger war is happening.
Yeah, and I think she specifically was using like the game of cups lingo that we had heard when we were at the court.
Mhm.
She'd
Now,
like
is
to
she
pick her
playing the Game
favorite.
of Cups with this move, or is she playing the Game of Swords?
Yeah, I don't remember. One of those. With swords, I don't know. I don't remember. Sorry.
That's fine. So Swords is the lower game. Cups is the higher game.
Okay.
So the Game of Swords is, basically fighting amongst themselves as minor nobility and things like that, dealing with more day-to-day matters. The Game of Cups is the game that is played among the nobility for the attention of the monarch of the different houses. So the difference between like maybe the barons being in favor of you and the barons kind of squabbling among each other, or even people below the barons squabbling among each other, that's going to be the Game of Swords. And then if it's things like the Game of Cups, that's like specifically trying to get Ann's attention, or trying to get Maurin's attention as the Night King. And so they're kind of different things because they're sort of different angles at how to get advantage and how to get things that you want. So political maneuvering, she gives you a lot of information. And what else?
So she says, I'm sorry, I just got super distracted by the dog. I like looked over and lost my train of thought. She's saying that
I'm having a good giggle about it.
if we go to kill this Plague Herald guy, then she will give us the information and hold the door, she said,
Mhm.
to get one or a few people out of the city of Haven.
Mm-hmm.
And she gives us, she gives most of us, not including Griffle, specific details about the nature of the attack on Haven, when it will occur, and how.
And there's a sort of a catch to her instructions for you as well, right?
Yes, we cannot tell anyone other than those of us that heard it.
Is that
Those
the catch?
those details.
Was that the deal?
Yes.
Okay.
Shit. Guess not. Um.
So your characters would not be able to get this part incorrect. So I will, if no one can remember why that's not quite right, because you did have a little bit of a discussion with Margot about like what you could do, and when you guys were like, hey, well, what if we defeat the attack on Haven? What was her response?
Good luck.
Yeah, I think
More
she
than
just
good
thought
luck.
Sarcastically, good luck.
Yeah.
She said, "You're not going to be able to stop it because the Night King wants to harvest the city.
Yeah.
It's been seen to favor On, and since they're sort of in a war now, destroying Haven is a way of getting it on without having to go to On. If that makes sense."
Right. So the deal with Margot is that you cannot tell the Dasang, and you cannot tell people who will then also tell the Dasang. So you can't get the rest of quote unquote your court involved. But she doesn't really think that it's going to be, relevant if other people know, because it doesn't really matter how prepared they are; they're just going to get wiped out. So you're not prevented from telling people in Haven what's going on. The only kind of preventative thing there is, and this is something that as the DM, I'm leaving a little bit up to you guys. I want you to sort of, work with me rather than work against me for this, because the way that the spell works is that if you believe when you tell someone else that they will reasonably tell the Dasang, then that triggers the spell that'll start to pull the information away from you. So, you can't go, all right, well, I'm not going to tell the Dasang. You then turn to your bosun and say, I'm telling you so you can go tell the Dasang. Like, that's not going to work. But if you don't think the bosun's going to tell the Dasang, because why would he? There's nothing against you telling him. Does that make more sense?
Yeah, I didn't understand that. So we could fill Griffle in immediately.
Assuming that you guys believe that Griffle will not then sort of raise the flag and try to get On involved. And that's kind of a conversation between you guys. And I don't know, your characters would know Griffle better to be able
Yeah,
to kind of
like she's unlikely. She's already not keen on the vampires as a whole. My service to Arm is entirely through my service to you guys and none of my own loyalty. And there's like a measure of discomfort anytime the vampires are brought up. Like, not enough to say anything, but it's obvious like that there's reluctance to deal with them more directly.
Right. So you could pretty reasonably bring Griffle in. And again, if you think that there are people in Haven that will not raise the warning for the rest of the Dasang, you could probably talk to them, or you could kind of say some things to get close enough to that. But if you get to the point of where you as the character would reasonably think, okay, if I say this specific thing to people in positions to be able to send messages or sendings or whatever to the Dasang, then that's going to be a point where we'll have the conversation of like, okay, well, do you think it's reasonable your character would believe this? In which case we'll sort of be like, you try to say something that doesn't work.
Yeah. So, I mean, is there a reason? I know you said that Haven is allied with the Dasangs, but we didn't know that until I think we talked to Margot and she told us that.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I can't think of a reason unless I'm misremembering, like why we would think, for instance, like Sally would have any affiliation with the Dasangs.
Well, prior to the conversation with Margot, you wouldn't assume anyone there would have an affiliation, but apparently there's something that's going on, because if there wasn't, the Turi would have no reason to attack Haven. So
Okay.
that is a piece that is reasonable to assume that there is an explanation for. Like, in character, you're like, okay, well, there is something here.
Yeah.
I just don't know what it is yet. And it's probably something that you're going to have not too difficult of a time finding out. once you either take the time to do it or get to Haven or do something else to kind of acquire that information.
Yeah, I mean, like based on that conversation, I feel like I am assuming as both a player and a character that the Desong are in some way supporting Haven, but like we don't know anything about the structure in Haven. We know that there's Salamane, and she likes the Lady Hope, and there's that one guy, Sebastian, who was the former Haven guy.
Yep. And you've also
So-
met Grimwald, which has been a long time since you've met Grimwald, but
Who was that? I don't remember.
Grimwald was the so Sebastian was the quote unquote ambassador from Haven that was at the court at the vampire court way back when.
But he was from Endeavor, right?
He's technically from Endeavor,
Yeah.
but he's from Endeavor, but he's supposed to be the ambassador from Haven. And then Haven sent their own delegation as a free city. And that was so Sally was bodyguarding Grimwald Freeland, who is the ambassador. And he had another sort of servant was probably not the right word, another bodyguard with him named Pip, who was a Deva.
Oh, okay. I vaguely remember that. But like, so at this point, I have no reason as a character to think like I wouldn't be able to talk to Sally.
Correct.
Right? Okay. All right.
So here's some old pictures.
Yeah.
So down here, this is Grimwald Freeman from Haven, and then Pip, who's this guy down here.
Yeah.
Is Pip the guy that only spoke in rhymes? That's somebody.
No, that was the other guy, the satyr.
Correct.
Pip was going to be your sister, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So my sister's character was Pip. Jua is the name of the satyr. And then this guy over here, Sebastian, is the ousted governor of Haven. Sebastian Tavar. All right. So yeah, but you guys have very little sort of on the ground actual knowledge of the city of Haven. So talk with Margot, make the arrangement, make the deal. You basically, once you agree, yes, we'll do this, or we'll try to do this, we'll take it into consideration, whatever. She says, all right, and then you all want more information, so she writes up a detailed report about Didier and the forces that he has, the forces that he's likely to bring to bear for the night before Reaper's Night to inflict the blood whip upon Haven. So you guys got that in the Discord channel. What else do you guys do? Because we've got a couple other like sort of minor conversations and checklist type things to do before you all head anywhere else.
I think one had a conversation with Gelthek.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Basically trying to like figure out how we could help him, since we did resurrect him and say that we were cutting off his head for noble purposes. Wanted to make good on that. And so he kind of didn't know a whole lot about the God Egg. Specifically, he's been through a lot of trauma. Should probably benefit from some therapy. But he did tell us that there are portals below the temple that go to what we believe is the Black Fens, and that is where the Star Shadows hang out. So I think that was the biggie that we learned from him. I really have no idea how to save his family. Maybe that's like some epilogue shit. What happened?
Why don't we outsource that labor to an anthology?
Oh yeah. Mhm. Is that how this works now?
I mean, if you guys end up finding something that you want to outsource to an anthology or something like that, like you could, because there's a bunch of little like side stories, right? Like
I love that. And they'll report back to us. They'll just hop into our campaign
to give a report.
to give
How
their
do we-
debrief.
Oh my
That
god,
would be
how do we
kinda
know
cool, to be honest.
how do
I
we
know,
know
it
that
would be.
we're not the anthology for Margot's
Mm-hmm.
tasks?
Oh, holy shit. It's fractal. Turtles all the way down.
Well, because one of the anthology options that I gave to this most recent group, I gave a huge list to the one person who's been poking me for years to run a game for them,
Mhm.
and one of the things, she picked from, she kind of lowered it down to the 3 options, but one of the ones that was on the initial list that I gave was recovering the beacon from the ship that was destroyed at the attack at Hardhome. So they'd go out on the ice wall and go and recover the ship beacon from the initial attack that happened way out at sea.
Mm.
So those sort of like kind of side mission things are somewhat what I use the anthology for. But yeah, if you want to make it more explicit as like you guys have the money and clout and stuff to hire an adventuring company, go deal with some shit that you've more or less out leveled. That'd be a kind of a fun way to go about it.
That if you can get people and they can come give their reports at the beginning of sessions, that would be so cool.
I think it'd be fun. I might try to do that, at the end of the year with the Anthology 3.
Sweet.
Cool. So you talked to Gelthek, gave you some stuff about the Star Shadows, and then who else or what else did you guys talk to or talk about?
We talked to Al Shaib for quite a while.
Yes. So this is the bulk of the session, was talking to Al Shaib. And what's up with Al Shaib?
He's looking better, healthier. Mm-hmm.
We learned that he used to be, that the Mamaraji used to be servants of the queens.
Yeah. Summer
of
and
the Fae
winter.
Court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, summer queens. And that he was ordered to basically forget like most of the stuff that he used to know.
So we sort of confirmed that he was an advisor. I believe he advised the Primordials, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he was assigned to advise a specific primordial.
Right.
Imix.
The primordial fire.
And one kind of was like, well, do you want to be like an advisor to us? And he didn't really understand why we were interested in learning about how great the good old days were, because the nowadays are not so great. But he, I think, finally recognized that Drock had the name and that we are seeking to get the queen back.
He did something weird with the name as well, because he said the name, but it wasn't the same name that you've heard.
Right.
Yeah, we heard Titania instead of Lakeshan.
Was this when Al Shaib said it or when Drock said it?
So
I think.
Go ahead, sorry.
I think Drock said Lakeshan, but he heard his own voice say Titania. But we know Al Shaib was kind of manipulating what we saw and heard in his chamber. Like he corrected Philly, calling him Al, and we heard Al Shaib.
And he also was sort of twisting your perspective so that you couldn't look at him. So you couldn't walk around where he was sitting and look at him at the front.
Yeah.
So you said Lakeshan, and then it went out and it this huge kind of open plain, and there's these ring of hills around, and the echo came back as Titania.
Do we know the grandmother's name at all or not?
No, I mean that's been a big thing we're trying to figure out, I think. Because I think your whip activated something that needed her name, but we didn't actually like hear, like it overrode it almost or something, right?
Yeah, it broke the third seal, but we couldn't hear it.
Yeah, it wasn't like it said the name, it just like nullified the seal.
Well, it did say the name, but it was forbiddensed, and you don't know it to be able to overcome the
That's what it
forbiddance.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because I thought we saw like one of the heads like whisper the name or mouth the name is what it seemed like to us.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's right.
So you guys actually had so in this conversation with Al Shaib, you got some bits and pieces of information, but a lot of the conversation was sort of around his mindset more than anything else. So rather than you get a little bit of who he is, but you get a lot more of how he acts and how he operates. So what did you guys get or learn or take away from this a little bit more personal conversation that you all ended up having with Al Shaib?
I mean, we were learning more about sort of like his purpose, like how he was made from. He was a part of the Shi court, and he was made into a Mahajijin. He talked to us about the light. He was warning us, and he was kind of advising us. Like we asked him what we should do. Oh, he told us we had to release Clotho. Yeah.
So one of the big things here is, and one of the things that I feel like your characters would likely take away from this, that I think is an important kind of note of the session, that I hope I got across well, but if I did not, do not mind reiterating it during recap, is the idea that he explained to you guys that he is not treated. He is not under any sort of treaty to help you. So there was the difference between being bound and being treated. So the sort of the spirit of good faith versus like the contractual literal obligation. And he is under no, he's bound to one of you or to all of you, and he's under no compulsion to be nice, more or less, to take your intentions into account.
Mm-hmm.
And that the idea here is that he should have appeared, if I have done my job correctly, he should have appeared a good bit more friendly during this conversation than he has been previously.
Mm-hmm.
That was the goal, at least. So if that did not come across, that is the intention. If it did come across, then cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think he came across as like more composed, like not in terrible pain anymore.
Which helps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got the impression it was more forthcoming, more willing to talk, because we've shown that we are trying to uphold our end of the bargain of freeing him, right?
Yeah, that was kind of the sense that I made. Like we had made steps to help him, and they were having a positive effect. So he was just kind of in a better place overall.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did kind of interrupt you. You ended up talking one about what to do about the child. Like, because you said, hey, if you were our advisor, what advice would you give? And what advice would he give?
Yeah.
Release Clotho. The life of one is not as important as the life of many others and Clotho herself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he said like if we were to wait 20 years, there wouldn't be anything left.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said the Sword of Morning cannot be shielded for 2 more decades.
Can be not shielded. Cannot be sheathed for 2 more decades.
Sorry.
So, anything else from Al Shaib before we kind of move on to what the next steps here are?
So we asked him about the God egg, and he said basically like, unless you use one of my wishes to command him, he couldn't freely give that information, essentially. Um, and he also told us that he can't talk about the star shadows no matter what. Um, we asked who the masters of the Church of the Elements were, and he said he was not permitted to answer. And he's going to help me learn Ancient Ignan Primordial.
Yep.
Oh, and then we had some Morin had a conversation with him that I chimed in on in asynchronously. Do we want to talk about that too, or?
I mean, we can because it's going to be relevant for this. We can kind of move on. So, Morin, since you were the one that kind of initiated it, can you give us a quick what's going on with the conversation with Al Shaib in the Discord?
Yeah, so Morin was interested since the church is an institution built around presumably the worship and reverence of the primordials. Morin was wondering why they would imprison someone who was so closely related to the primordials, like why they wouldn't view him as some kind of prophet or a source of divine knowledge of the primordial. And so he was trying to ask questions about like that kind of history and understanding both what the church's view of something like that would be, but then also how that would relate to kind of what Ibn al-Shaib thought as somebody who knew the primordials, the church, how he would view the church's perspective on them, which I don't think came across in the conversation.
I think it more or less did. The big thing from that is, why are they doing this? And his response is the church wanted to use him for a purpose, and they didn't really have the ability to properly understand situations well enough to properly use him, and being improperly used was really insulting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So basically, he made a distinction, right, where when you guys were talking to him about how he has been used in the past, that people would acquire the ability to interact with him, and usually that was the end of some sort of quest for power and knowledge. And so they had a very particular sort of transactional mindset towards him, which the church also did, and he just was not compelled to be friendly in those situations. Whereas Ural's has not been as transactional, and that has altered sort of his perceptions of how he treats you guys.
So then I asked if the church had others like him that were imprisoned. And he said, Samir likely has others of peerage to myself. Do we know who Samir is?
You do.
We do.
Though he's not normally when you've heard his name said, it has been a very long and convoluted name, and Al Shaib is a very shortened version of the name.
Right. And that was the head guy of the church, is that right?
He didn't say.
Morin, do you remember?
So I went through my notes to see if I had a Samir listed anywhere, and I didn't. I initially, I thought that I had.
It's an extremely long name. It's like 10 parts, and Samir is one of
Mason
them.
al-Harik bin Sadir al-Samir is the guy's name.
Yeah, that
Oh,
guy.
it's that guy. Oh, okay, yeah. So that was the name of the Ifrit, right?
The Ifrit that bound him, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the Ifrit. Okay.
Okay, so I know I have that name in my notes, and now I wonder why it didn't show up.
I want to say you guys, when you've said the name in the past, you guys have not spelled it correctly a couple of times.
Surprise, surprise.
So I think
Oh,
it's there's an L in there in
yes,
the notes.
Salmir.
Yes.
Mm.
So
Okay, so that's helpful.
I have it posted in Prosperity, but I'll just double paste the thing so you don't have to search for it. But there's
Thank
the.
Okay, and so then he says that there were none of his like, few remain, none of my like, and he says, yet there are high she's still alive. I know 4 who are unbound. And I asked if Dalseth was one of these high she, and he did not like that. So he said no knight can be she, and spit on the floor. So I don't know if maybe I misunderstand what she means, or we have a miscommunication there. And then trying to think if there's anything else that was like.
Didn't Clotho say that she was she?
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess from
And-
this conversation, I thought that meant that like maybe she is like only the very inner circle. But originally I thought it was kind of like anybody in the court.
It could be like the equivalent of like a lord or like someone of just like a higher rank. I don't know.
Yeah.
So Al Shaib was she.
Yeah.
Clotho is she.
Yep.
The beacons are she echoes,
Hmm.
which, given that she called me Echo, makes me think that they are essentially somewhat resurrected
Mhm.
Fey entities.
But like if Dalseth was not she, then they would be like very specific. Although he was a Ladrin, I think, right?
He is. Hey, Drak,
Mm-hmm.
are you she?
I don't know.
He is not.
No. No.
I mean, Al said that no knight can be she.
So no.
So no.
Right.
Yep.
So no. But like, for example, we talked to the goblin guy. Murder Death Goblin guy, King of the Goblins. Was he she?
Goblin guy.
Merc.
Merc, yeah. Is he considered she? Is the Wild Hunt considered she? These are answers we do not have.
But we have someone we could ask.
We do. Once we get to 3 trees. And
Well,
save
we
her.
could ask Al Shaib, right?
I'm not against you guys asking Al Shaib, but I would, if you want to write those questions down for later so we don't get completely sidetracked in recap and never make it back to session.
0. 0 and later 60.
That yeah. We're gonna be at 0 for the next 4 hours and 59 minutes. Okay.
All right. I'm making a note to ask those questions. Well, I'm making a note for someone else to ask those questions.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I will say that, you guys kind of do this on a semi-regular basis. If you get a hold of someone that's old and or knowledgeable and or from a very different culture from you, and then you just pepper them with a million questions. And Al-Shaib seems to be significantly more open to that process than he was last time that you guys tried to do this with him. So if you guys end up having more questions, it's not unreasonable to go back and talk to him at some point, in the nearest future.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think I do not think that you guys expected that interaction with Al-Shaib to go the way that it did. So it'd be kind of normal for you to not have those questions kind of all prepped
Yeah.
for walking into the chamber.
Yeah,
And now that you've told us we have the opportunity, we'll never take advantage of it.
yeah.
Good. I don't have to do that.
Yeah, what was that channel that you were like, we're never going to use this channel? I make all these channels, I never use them. And we had like
Yeah.
1,000 messages.
That was the 202 and the 301st, where you
Yeah.
asked like a million goddamn questions, which is
Yeah.
fine. Like, hey, I like you guys digging into the setting, but it was one of those ridiculous, weird things.
Hmm. All right, well, we could put a pin in Al. He's got enough in him already. And move on.
And so we teleported to nearby 3 trees.
We did talk
And-
to Yari, but I don't know that there's really a whole lot that we got out of that, other than just a quick recap of his time in the wilds.
Wait, didn't we spend a few hours somewhere else first to manage our time debt?
Yeah, we went to the
Yes.
Pillars of Creation.
Yeah.
Nothing really happened with that, though. We just went, saw, left.
Hmm. We rolled really well.
Well, nothing bad happened. But you did go to the pillars to shirk off a good chunk of time debt.
Which popped
And
us
then we had
back
to
over-
leave.
Mhm.
We had to leave some of them behind because they have a much bigger time debt.
The only person you guys took with you from divination was Margot.
Right.
Everyone else who left at the Legion encampment at Antiogarric. So you go there, you do excellently with timing the jump to pop out of very strongly negative, very strongly slow time deep in the world at the pillars. And then we're able to make it to the Prime. So you all arrive back at the Prime.
And when we arrive, the rest of the group gets the vision, but
Mhm.
it's like muddied or like kind of slurry, like the I can't describe it the way that you described it, but it feels similarly to when we popped out over Hardholm and we got the vision of that ship being attacked, but it didn't get attacked in that way because we intervened in the vision.
Yeah, so the vision is like looking at a painting that's changing instead of drying. The colors swirling together.
Right. And we're familiar with that as like you were messing it up, so the Rod is no longer sure how this is going to actually play out.
Mhm.
Actually, I did want to go over that. So I think it is reasonable that this is the second time you've seen it, and I think your players would be the characters would be able to have a decent understanding of what this effect is.
And can I hypothesize?
Sure,
Quickly?
go ahead.
So Morin interprets this as some of the events in the vision may be occurring present as opposed to in the future. And that the actions that we're going to be taking now are going to directly affect those things that are happening. So like when we ported in over Hardholm, our vision was of the ship like fleeing the battle and being overtaken. But we actually arrived at the time of the battle when they were about to leave.
And importantly, when you guys got the vision at Hardholm, the first half of the vision, which was the ship being overtaken, of the Scion on board being messed up, it looked like a normal vision. There wasn't this strange, mixing colors effect. But when the vision changed to be effectively present, right? It was happening about the same time that you were getting the vision. That's when the colors were all strange. That's when the vision was very twisted and messed up. And so having another instance of it now, I think your characters would be able to reasonably figure out that this means that the vision is like in the process of happening or about to happen. Because in the other vision, you saw something that was supposed to happen in like several days, and that looked normal. And then you saw something that was going to happen in like a couple of minutes, and it was all blurry and twisted. Mm-hmm. So it is reasonable to assume that the same thing is true here, that the vision that you get, rather than having a couple of days of warning, you have maybe like an hour of warning.
Okay.
So here is where probably Morin would ask Al-Shaib what's going to happen to you if the Thurge comes aboard. Because we've seen Al-Shaib obviously take people as soon as they step on ship into his chamber, and I wanted to know if Al-Shaib would be able to do the same thing, or if there's something about Thurge status that's going to interact with that.
It is different depending on which person it is, what commands and what things are inscribed upon this Thurge. I am not knowing exactly what I will be able to do and what I will not. It has been a long time since I've been at least partially unbound. So he kind of doesn't know.
Gary, did you have time to draft up the stuff I asked for?
Hang on. Probably.
Ship details.
Hang on. Do I have it in notes? Yes. Did I remember to put it in like a easy to give you thing? Maybe.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm trying to look for it. So let's do this because I didn't put it into a player facing document, like something that I could just copy paste without having my notes in it. So the stuff that you asked about, the ship has relatively low offensive capabilities and relatively low defensive capabilities. However, the manifest board that you can read of their ship lets you know that these ships are similar to the Kestrel and similar to the HMS Caledon. They are warships, but they are primarily just ships that are vessels for mages. Their ability with cannons is what you get from the beacon, which is not really representative of how strong they actually are.
Okay.
You would get the name.
So they just have like contingents of warcasters on board.
Yes. They are a very magic heavy version of fighting. You would get the names of the different people. So the Halfat Tul Akazi is the dancer's edge. And then Alea Alealam is the person who's in charge of it. That's the Thurge in charge of it. That's Morin's sister. And you guys should be able to see the ships on the map, right? You guys, can you see the names?
Yes.
The ships? Cool.
Yes.
And then the second ship is the Marat Tun Narat, which is the dredge hammer. And Ati Fal Keth Katan is the Thurge of that ship. And then Ayun Bahi, the Sea Eyes, and that's Istiln Lahan is the Thurge there. There is a listed Thurge on their manifest, Rajul Az Jaun, and he is listed as the Thurge of the Superstition's End.
Okay.
That's not right.
None of these ships have a spin. But none of these ships have a permanent spin. Although you can tell that there's something on board that's going to be like a linked magic circle, so it's good for like interplanar, relatively short ranged teleportation. They can use it to connect with spin discs, but it's not a true spin disc.
So naturally, I relay all of this to everybody.
Yes. And their manifest, the manifest doesn't have a ton of information on it. They have a decent number of supplies. They have a decent number of troops. But a lot of them are listings of people's that is kind of like the way that your crew is listed. So it gives you their like name and rank rather than giving you more sort of actionable intel. The only thing that you can get from the manifest that are people that are sort of listed separately as officers is the Thurges, and then the Razjul Az-Ja'un has 2 air elementals listed with him as basically part of his guard, and the Thurge, Morin's sister, has 2 sky dancers that are listed as her guard. And then there is a group of warrior initiates that are also listed with the personal guard of the Thurge of the Superstitions and Razjul.
So Griffle got all this information through the helm and the beacon.
Through the beacon, yes.
Why is that? Is that just? I mean, that feels like information that would not just be available to everybody all the time. Is that because we're kind of backdooring it because we're on their ship?
What do you mean? I'm sorry. I don't understand the question.
Like, can any ship that can connect with a beacon of any other ship get that level of information?
No. So the beacon of these ships is significantly weaker than your beacon, and there would normally be like a process of, if you are going to try to get this information from another ship, of trying to access them and then being able to defend against it. Mm-hmm. But both of these, so the 3 emblem class vessels that are here, they don't have the ability to resist an inquiry from a Signet Royal.
Okay, so do they know that she essentially hacked their ship?
They have shown no indication of recognizing your ship, and you guys are decently far away still. They're at the edge of sensors. They're like, this isn't perfect. You guys are like over here. So the nearest ship is the Dancer, and I think it's like 40 miles away.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are these the same 3 ships that we saw when we were last in Retreat?
It is reasonable to assume, yes. So we're at the point of what to do now. So actual session begin. What do?
Yeah, what were we going to do? I wrote in my notes, we are debating what to do.
I don't think we got anywhere near even like some solutions, but no. I want to say like, well,
because we tried sending to Stone Tree, and Drock talked to Clotho.
Yeah, Clotho said nothing really from her point of view had happened yet.
Right. And you told her to transform if it looked like Narsenhar was going to defend her, right?
Yeah, I basically said if shit hit the fan, transform.
Yeah. And so Stone Tree told us that the spin disc was captured by the church, and then I think this is pretty much where we're at. So
yep. And so I will say that the summary from the end of session last time, as you guys were discussing what to do, basically the options that you all have discussed are aerial battle with these 3 ships versus the Superstition's End to like just straight up make it a fight. Another option is trying to get either using the spin disc or another means of getting into the city or using the invisibility and trying to figure out a way to get it done fast enough that you can immediately get out of dodge before the other ships can really react, to get Clotho and leave, or get Clotho and maybe the Clotho and parents and leave.
I guess, like, at this point, from Morin's vision that we now have all had, we're supposing that the Church of the Elements is going to destroy Three Trees pretty much no matter what. Like, they're hell-bent on, because they think that the plague from the superstition's end is causing all this wild growth. And they're not super reasonable, so it feels like if we
defeated them here,
they're just going to
they'd
send
just
more
send
people.
more ships. Yeah.
And I imagine Morin doesn't want us to destroy the ship that his sister is on. How does Morin feel about his sister? Do you want to?
I believe she's deeply misguided,
Mm-hmm.
very naive. And
Do you want her dead?
No.
Okay.
And so I think that the last time you guys were like, well, we've got some options. What are the options? And I think, if memory serves, the only options that were really discussed were aerial battle. And then the Morin's perspective was like, if we kill these ships, they're going to send more. I don't know if that matters. And then the sneak into the city and sneak Clotho away, which isn't going to help the city from the bombardment. I think those were the two. And then spin in and do something else was sort of a third option, but I don't know what the I don't remember anything beyond spin in and figure something out.
And the spin disc is captured anyway, so that would be
Right.
a fight.
Yeah.
So
you'd have to fight your way through.
another option that probably folds into one of the other options is we capture the Thurge and force him to give us ownership of this ship.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He's
mean,
extremely dangerous.
We already have ownership.
No, we don't.
We-
There's like a bunch
9/10
of the ship. There's a bunch of the ship we don't have access to, right?
I mean, I'm standing on the deck right now.
But we don't have like any of the security logs or access to security, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
have
yeah.
some access to it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It feels to me like Clotho's going to be fine no matter what. But really, we do need her to transform whether she's in danger or not.
Do we though?
Al set. Morin, how do you think that we would go about capturing the Thurge?
That is an excellent question. I was hoping that the ships would have spin discs on them, but they don't.
Hmm.
I'm worried about if he steps foot on the ship.
Yeah,
Um,
because he's technically the captain or whatever.
yeah, like I'm afraid that he could instantly revoke our access and,
Yes.
make us enemy of the ship.
Mhm.
But I don't know if Al Shaib could interfere with that. What has happened the last time that there was a Thurge on the ship and Al Shaib was on the ship? I know that it was different because he's now partially unbound.
Did you not? You do not have that. That is part of the security logs that you do not have record of. The things that the group was able to see without the security logs, they did a speak with dead or something, or did a ritual to talk with one of the corpses in the painting. The Thurge was not on board when the cleansers initially stole the ship. So, from your understanding, no Thurge has been aboard the ship since before it was initially stolen. Someone was trying to get me to explain because I was talking about how the group was suffering through a bit of a decision, and I said the group is suffering through the decision of in this box is a powerful ally or a potential powerful ally who can do all kinds of things for you if you just tear her out of the box. Also, the box is an infant.
Yeah, but like an infant that's fucked either way. That's not our fault.
Not helping. It doesn't help.
So I mean, yeah, you don't know what's going to happen if the third is aboard the ship, and Al Shaib doesn't really know. So yeah, what do you want to do?
If the third still has access to security, I don't think we want him on the ship. And
Agreed.
security is the thing we don't have access to, so it's safe to assume he still would.
To be clear, you guys don't have access to the long-term history and security logs. You have access to security controls right now because you guys, you can control the elementals and the mind killer golems and that sort of stuff. Like you guys have control of that part of security. You just don't have access to the records.
Yes, but he does outrank us. So if he does come on board, he could revoke all of our permissions.
I think
Correct.
if he, I suspect that that's maybe why he's here in the first place, and that might be like their trump card, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we need to keep away. He's on the sea eyes. Did you say?
He's on the dancer's edge.
Yeah, he's on the
The
dancer's
dancer's
edge.
edge.
He is
I feel
residing.
like we need to stay away.
He's residing on, I think it's Blade's Edge.
I think I don't remember, but I think he is like long-term.
Dredgehammer. He's on Dredgehammer.
His long-term residence is on the Dredgehammer, and
Yes.
his you've pretty strong reason to believe that he's just currently on the dancer's edge.
Right.
Okay.
So what do you want to do? Because you guys are here. I'd say that also kind of as the you guys get the information, you guys have cloud cover, you're miles and miles away having this conversation. Foxy, you can get a little ping from your helm saying that a guest of the ship has exited, has left the ship's perimeter.
Oh,
Okay.
which one?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to get the ship to explain to you because it just sort of doesn't think of people as individuals. It's just like this person with guest permissions. But with a little bit of effort, you can figure out that Margot stepped off the ship.
Oh.
Did she spin off or did she just...
According to the ship, she walked over to one of the edges and then jumped off the ship.
Great. Oh, Margot.
All right.
Okay. Well, nothing we can do about it.
Well, do we just say screw it and release Clotho? See what happens?
I mean, I do think that needs to happen,
Yeah.
but now how do we do that?
Well, Gary said we're close enough to do a sending directly to her now, right?
Then yes, let's do it.
Not really.
Not really.
I mean, do
you
we...
can send to the baby. It's not going to help you.
Well, yeah, I guess we probably can't convince the dad to.
Can
Yeah.
we...
I think we're just gonna have to like get. Hang on.
Can we
I'm-
send to Aegis's forces and ask them to meet us at the
Well, we couldn't because
spin
we
disc?
didn't know any of their spell signatures. Remember, we were going to try to do that with Ranky, but we didn't.
I
We
have
weren't
a, I
able-
have a kind of a dumb question. This is there any particular reason why we haven't just told Clotho to manifest already?
Yes. Drock didn't
Yeah,
feel comfortable
baby.
doing it.
Rip out of baby.
Okay,
So the answer to your
but
question
she's gonna
is,
have to. She's gonna have to do it at some point anyway, right? Like we can't.
Well, the idea
It's
was
Drock.
if she waited, the child would
guys.
be able to live its own life and then basically be taken over.
give me a second. Let me answer that question as the DM real quick. So mechanically speaking, the reason you don't do it right now is because the only way you guys have to directly speak with Clotho is using the ability that Drock has to commune with Clotho. And he can only use that ability once a day. He has already used it and didn't sort of pull the trigger when he had the line open. So you don't have that direct line right now, and you would need to be physically there, with a shaman or something like that, right? Because she's not just, sitting around, right? She's sealed inside the child. So there is a barrier preventing you from getting there and preventing her from getting out. So it's not as simple as just ascending. It has to be something like you're there with one of the shamans who can help you commune with it, or you guys might be able to make checks and stuff to be able to speak to the child within. But that's something you're gonna have to physically be there for, because the only sort of at range option you guys previously had has been used, and is going to be on cooldown for a good chunk of a day. Carry on with the conversation, because a good conversation. I want to make sure that the mechanics of this stuff is clear for everyone.
Understood.
So, what is the decision? I will say that talking with Filibuster, at this point of the conversation, his way in is he is against the straight up ship to ship battle. He thinks that option is probably pretty bad and pretty risky, but is neutral on the other choices that can be made.
Oh, interesting. I was leaning towards ship to ship battle, but is the ship also at the proper hit points? 910?
910, yep. 910 hit points, 200 points of shield.
And 74 power.
Mm-hmm.
So we had invisibility as an option.
5-minute invisibility.
How far away are we?
You guys are probably about 20 miles away from Three Trees.
Okay.
While the beacon does a good job of shielding you from being seen on sensors by the other ships, it's going to be more or less impossible to fly in without being noticed. You can go invisible for a short period of time, but it's not going to give you enough invisibility to get in there, do something, and get out. You can use it as part of the equation, but you guys will know in character from being on the ship, knowing how it flies, knowing how it moves. The 5 minutes is not going to buy you enough time to do all the things that you need to do.
Okay.
So it seems like the only way into the city, presumably quickly enough that we can get to Clotho within an hour, and the city gets bombarded, is to go into the spin disk that the church currently controls. Can we send to Dacron Stonetree and have him tell Aegis's forces to meet us there?
Yeah.
I think that's worth a shot.
And then fight our way to where Stonetree is and the child?
Which, well, it might be a valid idea. What reason do they have to come help us?
Because their city's about to be destroyed.
But do they really think we can help? If we need their help just to get to the spin disk, it's like if I were them, I'd be like, why would I go help these people?
I mean, I think we can't necessarily. Well, I mean, if we free the spin disk, we could take all of the city citizens onto our ship.
We cannot do that.
Why not?
That's way too many people.
How many people live in Three Trees?
That's a good question. I'll look it up. I think it's like 2,000, somewhere there.
Well, if we liberate the spin disc, they could spin other places.
Why do I not have population?
I feel like some kind of conflict or parlay with the church is inevitable, because if they see all of the people of Three Trees just spinning out of the city to other places in the Reach and spreading the plague as they see it, I feel like that just puts more of the Reach into.
Yeah.
What if we send to your sister and threaten her and basically say, stop attacking Three Trees or we will release the plague?
Yeah, I mean, do you think that your sister is a useful in for us resolving this situation peacefully?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. So how would we go about that?
Peacefully, no.
Okay.
But preventing the city from being destroyed, maybe.
All right.
I typed a thing in because it was easy for me to type than say.
I think if we make it sound like we haven't released the plague, but threaten to, it might give them enough pause that we might have like a moment to do something. Because if they think it's released and we say basically it isn't, but we're willing to release it, I don't know. Trying to think outside the box here.
For the purposes of the recording, so about 1,800 people live in Three Trees normally. About 10 people can fit on the spin disc that is in Three Trees. So it would take about 3 hours to get everyone out, assuming you could fire it continuously for those 3 hours.
I know spin discs are expensive to use. I mean, is this even theoretically possible?
It's expensive to use on the scale of normal people.
Okay, but like in an evacuation situation, this is a feasible plan?
Yeah, I mean,
Not if we only have
expensive
an hour.
means like it's for like a spin to somewhere else in the Reach would be like 5 gold per spin, which for you guys is negligible quantities of currency, but for like normal people that is a lot of money.
Yeah. Okay. I also have Phantom Steed. We could conjure Phantom Steeds and potentially fly to the city if we wanted to go the old-fashioned way.
So that plan would be ride into the city, leave the ship sort of far enough away that it's not seen, and then go from there.
It's one option.
Can the ship teleport when we're not on it?
Sort of.
If we have somebody that we trust to make a good enough Arcana check.
Well, we have Hatterai and the ward dude.
Hatterai and Argal, neither one of which really know how to use the ship. The bosun knows how to do it. And one of the other people on the ship, Mifton, who's the wardsman. So the two of them would be able to do it. Their checks are going to be much worse than yours.
Right.
Partially because they will not be able to use the helm. The helm gives you a pretty significant benefit to your checks.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So it is definitely possible, but it's going to be a much more of a risky maneuver to have someone who's not you teleport the ship.
What were you thinking?
Just if we want to get the ship away, like further away and safely away, and then like bring it back in an emergency, can it teleport back and forth? But sounds like that'd be risky. Lauren, your sister wouldn't know you're on Superstition's End, right?
No.
So, from my understanding, those three options seem to be the things that are being discussed. So, messaging Stone Tree and having him send Aegis' forces to meet you at the spin, use Phantom Steeds, leave the ship, ride in normally, and then go from there, or contact the Genasi and negotiate with them directly. Is that a good summary of the plans?
I think so.
All right, so you know what I'm going to ask. Go ahead and toss 1, 2, or 3 into the chat for where you are currently leaning.
Well, before I vote, I want to hear more from Morin about negotiating. I mean, you don't seem real jazzed about this option. Do you think that that's not going to work, or?
I don't know how to get past there is the Superstition's End. Let's take it to the point of being able to negotiate with them. Logistic.
Okay.
Because the reason that they're here is to find the Superstition's End, destroy whoever is in possession of it, and then return it to Thurge.
Yep.
And that is a separate mission and objective that they have to destroying this entire town.
Mm-hmm. All right. And so I know Philly said that he is not for ship-to-ship combat, but I feel like that's where I'm leaning. Like, that seems like the safest for us.
I'm kind of in the same boat, actually.
Like, I don't love the idea of leaving the ship unattended by us in this tense situation.
I also don't love the ship of. I also don't love the idea of getting caught on the ground.
Yeah.
When they clearly have superior numbers.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm worried
with
about
no
how we
guaranteed way to get back.
Yeah, I'm worried about how do we get back.
So did Philly give you more details, Gary, about his thought process?
Not super detailed. We talked about a bunch of other things rather than this decision.
Okay.
And what the conversation that I had with him was basically, hey, I want to know what is a like hard no, what you have strong feelings about.
Okay.
And so his only strong feelings were about we need to get Clotho back and like back as herself.
Yeah.
And I really don't think that the ship combat is a good idea.
Okay.
And then he said if people get stuck to ping him, which is what I just did. So, but yeah, that is where we're at. Is we've got these.
Is it possible to get to Stone Tree and free the child, and then try to negotiate with the Genasi?
That is not a question for me, so I'm not going to answer that.
Yeah.
Michael said, "Do your thing, LOL."
So I guess the other question is, do we believe that if we got to Clotho, she manifested, she would actually like protect the town, protect the ship, protect us? Like, do we actually believe that would happen?
I want to believe that that's true. I could be wrong, but I want to believe it. She's been pretty helpful so far.
Has she? I mean, she's not been unhelpful, but she hasn't.
She has not done anything
to that place to do that thing.
For her.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Is there any benefit for her saving the town?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying she won't. I'm just saying I don't know her motivations, and it's a gamble to go in and save her for no good guaranteed result. She might say, town's a lost cause, let's take the ship and go, or whatever.
Which is exactly what Aegis told us at Hardhome.
What did he tell us?
He said the conflict at Hardhome was always.
Yeah. But we convinced him to help us too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, who knows, like, if Clotho manifests, will she be all-powerful instantly, or will it take her, like, a couple days to kind of figure things out?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm leaning to 4.
Griffle, is there a way for us to spin to those ships? Like, I know that they have the capacity to spin off of their ships. Would our ship have the capability of being able to spin to there?
So the answer to that
Not
question,
to my knowledge.
yeah, pretty much.
So then the other option would be to, if we want to try and negotiate, to get one of them that's not the Thurge onto our ship.
I mean, I feel like your sister being there is quite a happy coincidence.
Also, another side thought. Because we have Al, and we can command him to do things, which seems to be in his nature. Could we command him to, like, disable the ships? Is that, like, in the realm of even possible?
Yes, probably.
I think Morin would not think so. That the main way that he engages in combat is confusing or startling things by, like he said with Leviathan, making it appear as if the world could be different than what the thing thinks it should be.
Okay. Could he trick the ships into thinking they're, like, actually destroying 3 trees when in reality they're just, like, harmlessly targeting the lake, and then they leave and nothing's actually done?
Maybe. Or that there's more of our ships than theirs.
Yeah, something like
or
that.
something like that.
Outside the box thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to ask him?
Well, before we even do, I mean, would you be willing to use a command for this scenario?
I mean, I only get 3, and I think I used one.
That's my understanding as well.
And
How
then I think I explode.
How vindictive is Ibn al-Shayyib?
I don't know
And
why.
would he take pleasure in
He
hunting
might.
his captors?
Yeah.
Could just ask if he's willing to help somehow alter the battle.
Yeah, I think that's worth asking. I mean, we know that he will contribute, right? He's contributed in other battles without being commanded.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So what's the question?
okay. Do you want to ask?
Sure. Gary, in our conversation, al-Shayyib says that it was insulting to be used in the way that they used him.
It was insulting that they wanted to use him, but they were kind of clueless at what they were doing. So,
oh dear.
As I think previously, a difference was drawn, right? That they are doing this clumsily, whereas when you guys asked him to help at Hardhome, it wasn't, we want you to do this specific thing. You just opened up the area and were like, we would appreciate help, and kind of gave him free reign.
Yeah.
which is different, right? And a lot of the things that when he talks about, like when people try to use him for a particular purpose, it's not like positive or negative if they use him to do something. But if they use him to do something, but it's like kind of idiotic what they're doing, or like very misguided or problematic in some way of like, they just don't understand what's going on, and then they use him to do something, it is kind of insulting. By the same token, if you flip that script, right, of if he is asked to help or do something, but is given sort of agency and is not being used, but is being worked with, and it doesn't really matter if they know what's going on or not. That was his way of explaining, like, you guys don't know a bunch of stuff, but you also didn't command me to do something off of your like tiny pinprick of information you have. So I'm not going to hold it against you.
Mhm. So are we going for 4? Ship combat with a little bit what is it? Aggressive negotiations?
I think maybe ask Al-Shaib in what ways he would be able to assist us.
I was going to ask if he wanted to take vengeance upon his captors and then
Yeah.
let him initiate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Do it up.
Griffle?
I mean, you guys. He is responding a lot more openly to people just talking at him while you're on the ship. So,
Griffle?
It sounds good to me.
Okay. So I guess with that in mind, I would start working with Griffle to order the crew to their battle stations. What's
Yep.
the range on our weapons? It's not 40 miles, so we're gonna have to get closer.
yeah, you have to get closer.
Full steam ahead.
Let's do it.
I don't know if the
So-
city would want to try to retake the spin disc while we're engaging in the aerial forces.
Yeah, I think we should let Stone Tree know that we're coming, and I think we should talk to Al before we start moving.
Yeah, I agree.
Mhm.
Like we should set things in motion before we.
Okay. So if let's say one, why don't you type the message that you want to send to Stone Tree in the sending, and then Morin, tell me what you want to say to I'll show you.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna cough. So I really want to do the voice for this. Ibn al-Shaib, would you care to exact some measure of vengeance upon your captors in the church?
If you are able to give me such a release, I would appreciate it. Although there is only one such responsible, so only one such person who should be the target of righteous vengeance.
And who would that be?
The one who imprisoned me. The others are gods. They might have their own petty uses of authority and power, but nothing that affects me, nothing that is worth a response.
Have not the guards in their watching over you in captivity made themselves responsible for it?
In some way, but they will be dust long before that responsibility comes back to them. They are limited in what responsibilities they can truly have, being such ephemeral things.
And perhaps you will be what causes them to be dust.
You get some sort of sensation of like heat washing over your shoulders, which takes you a second to realize is a shrug. You can tell from the way that Al Shaib's talking, he doesn't really have any malice towards the church in general.
Damn it.
Like, he very much has malice towards the person who imprisoned him.
Alsamir. Oh, Salmir.
But the church is he thinks they're just kind of too dumb and too weak to know what they're doing. So
Off we go.
all right. So are you guys doing anything other than just, flying to be in range and then starting the combat?
I just put in the chat the message to Stone Tree. But could I want to join the conversation with Al and say, Al Shaib, you talk of natures. It is in our nature to protect those that we see as allies. Lord Stone Tree of Three Trees has been our ally, and there are many innocents in his city. He will soon be under attack by Sanctuary's church. Would you be willing to assist us in this battle?
I will give assistance as I must and as I may. But I have little insight, little sight to see what you see. Your problems are still mostly hidden from my eyes. You are engaging above a small village, doing something that is engaging the church. If it is something I can interact with, I will. And as we are friends, yes, I can interact and help as a friend should.
Thank you. We appreciate this.
So, anything else other than move into range, roll initiative? Hearing a lot of crickets.
Hey, sorry guys, super distracted. There sounds like a dog being attacked out back, so just trying to figure out what's going on.
Do you want to take a minute, Drock?
Yeah, if that's okay. Jeline went out. I'm trying to watch from the windows. There's a bobcat in the area that likes to attack small animals, so we're just trying to figure it out.
Oh,
No.
right.
So, yeah, if everyone's cool with just a couple minutes, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, let's do let's do a little bit slightly longer break. Let's go to 45.
Okay.
Sounds good. BRB.
Okay. Recording is going again.
So the question is again: are you guys doing anything as the ship approaching? Right, they do not know you are here yet. However, they're gonna be aware relatively soon. Is there anything else that you guys want to do, either with the ship or with yourselves, prior to engaging?
Can we send...
I would say that...
Oh.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, would it be possible to time it so that our approach, like we use the invisibility for our approach and then like pop out and immediately fire at them?
Yeah.
Can we send a message to a beacon with like custom message, or are there only like specific commands you can send?
It depends on the beacon and how it's outfitted. So by default, you can only send like signals that get interpreted as some pretty basic stuff. But these are Emblem class warships. They probably have more than your basic stuff.
So can I send a specific message to the Dancer's Edge?
Yes.
Okay. And I should probably type out what I want to send.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did Stone Tree reply to our sending?
So he would say, I will rally the others and keep quiet until the show begins.
Okay.
And
So-
I apologize. I missed what Al said. Just high level. Did he have any plans, or just they'd help if he could?
Yeah, basically he'd help if he could. He's not super excited to help. Like we thought he might have a vendetta against these people, but he really doesn't.
Yeah, I caught that, which is interesting. He's so chill. I don't know. Like, if someone captured you, I don't think I'd be so chill.
I mean, I think, mortals are going to be dead in the blink of an eye, kind of thing. So enacting vengeance on them is kind of meaningless.
Fair, yeah.
I'm waiting for Warren to type his thing, and then we'll.
Yeah, sorry, I'm
Okay.
collecting names.
Mm.
Other question is going to be like basically what's going to happen is we're going to get one round of everyone getting to kind of shoot their shots. I just need to know what action you're taking. So it's a surprise round, so you get a single action. I assume that single action is going to be firing one of the ship's weapons as the invisibility comes off.
Does my action have to be the invisibility, like managing that? Or
No.
can I do something as well?
Yeah,
Can I
so
do
you
a
can
beacon action for my action?
You can. Mhm.
I want to try to displace one of the ships.
Basically, just think about what weapon you want to use, or if they're, for Griffle has the ability to use the beacon, what beacon action you want to use. And I'm going to, I'll send a message to Michael, and if he answers, cool. If he doesn't, then I'll just sort of pick one. But you need to tell me what you're doing, what you're using, and where you're shooting it. And the ship's crew is going to get 2 shots as well.
Mm.
Okay. The captain of the Dancer's Edge. To be clear, so your character would not make the mistake that's there, but I know what you mean.
And can I give her the... I basically want to give her the spell signature to be able to board the ship, but nobody else.
Okay. Probably not through the beacon. So your character would know that she's the third. She's not the captain. So the third aboard the ship is above the captain. The captain is the person that just basically does all the stuff, and she's the one that gives them the sort of administrative commands. So there is also a captain aboard the ship, but it's not her.
Wait, she's the third.
Correct. She is the
Okay.
third. The third is not the captain.
Correct.
The third is a rank that is above the captain. The captain manages the ship and makes sure that the crew works and that sort of stuff.
Yep.
So you guys pop out, send the message, stuff happens. We can do initiative. I mean, initiatives are not going to matter because something's going to happen. But
Great.
I'm just going to go in sort of reverse order in the Discord real quick. So one of many. What are you shooting at? You can get to either of the lead 2 ships, the Sea Eyes or the Dancer's Edge. What are you firing at the ships?
Okay. So I will fire at the Sea Eyes. And I will fire
See if I can-
thunder.
I'm
Unless
hoping I can just
anybody
pull this thing
feeling-
away. I'm hoping I can just copy paste this thing from another map, but sometimes it does not like to let me do that. Let's see. Aha!
Ah,
Oh,
cool.
God, I think it worked.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Oh,
At that.
It's very hard to move and tinker with because we've got a bunch of drawing on this map.
Ew. Acid pull. Oh my god, it's literally.
Are we
Isn't it?
doing anything like to open a weapon platform to Al?
We can do that.
mm-hmm.
For clarity's sake, you are currently missing a weapons platform.
Yeah.
Yes, because it exploded when you threw the missile through it.
Oh.
That's
Which one?
right.
So the way that the platforms
Oh,
work,
well, we can reassign them, so we choose which one we've lost, basically.
right?
Oh.
So basically, one of them will have to stay on the ready side. Is the actual net effect of this?
Oh, but there are only 5 of us.
There are 5 of you guys plus the 2 actions the ship gets, because you got the gunner and the crew. So the crew gets to do 2 shots.
That
So-
still seems okay. Okay.
Per
I'm doing
shot.
thunder. Thunder at the Sea Eyes. And I'm gonna augment it to
As a note, if
So-
any of these are area attack, none of the ships are even vaguely close to each other.
okay. It is not. It's one enemy, and the reason I'm doing it is because it takes extra damage as a construct vehicle,
Yep.
and it cannot give or receive commands based on sound, which seems good. Here we go.
Uh, 33 is definitely going to connect for 194 thunder. And that is
Plus an
augment 2,
additional
correct?
60.
So 2 points of energy and then the additional 60. So with this incredible blast wave of energy, you strike at the Sea Eyes, and when the explosion hits the deck of the ship, you see just splinters flying everywhere. The ship is effectively bloodied. So the Sea Eyes is now bloodied. All right, Drock, your turn.
Dang, I didn't want to go next. Sure. Are we trying to like disable these ships and negotiate, or are we trying to like just blow them out of the sky?
Well, I didn't attack the Dancer's Edge because I don't want to kill Morin's sister yet.
Yeah.
Same. But also yet.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna attack the Sea Eyes as well. I don't remember what half these do though, so 1 second.
If someone else can go, if you've got to read through stuff, I'll have someone else go. Morin, do you know what you want to shoot?
Well, I guess I would probably open the weapons platform for Al Shaib, since I was the one that asked.
Okay. And so which one are you going to kind of? I guess it doesn't really matter. Just pick
I
one.
will. Yeah, I'll take the fire offline.
Okay.
perhaps as an aside, is the manifestation makeup of the Genasi on these ships similar to my family's? Or is it pretty varied?
It's pretty varied, although because they're airships, there's more like storm and lightning and air Genasi than anything else.
Okay.
The people that can natively fly tend to be more likely to be crew on airships.
Okay.
So, if you're using Al Shaib as opening the way and allowing him to do a thing, this is a skill check rather than it being anything else. So,
Great.
what do you want to do? What do you want to say? And then hook me up with some sort of associated skill check, and he will take his action in the combat.
Okay. I kind of wanted to make it a religion check, but I don't know how it would appeal to that. Getting Al Shaib to exact vengeance on the church. So I guess I'll go with a diplomacy that I'm asking for him to assist us in this conflict in the way that he feels would be most effective or most within his nature. And it's going to be diplomacy because I am trying to get him to do something he doesn't necessarily feel a strong need to do.
Sounds good.
Terrible roll.
So I believe it is moderate DC anyways. So when you see the portal open up, you see this after a moment, you can tell that he sort of like takes a deep breath in and is like looking, and then says, I think the best answer will be to explain to those that are ephemeral what it means to be magi. And then you see this little spiraling dark energy kind of fly out of the portal and then detonate between the three ships, sending out a pulse of just like a little like a storm cloud, but in a ring in every direction, and then it washes over the ships, but it doesn't have any obvious effect.
Thank you.
Drock, do you have an idea what you want to do?
Yeah, I'm going to use the cold beam on the CIs, augment 2, to get us concealment.
27 reflex is going to connect. And what we will have is, so this beam of energy goes out, goes to strike into the CIs. Right before it makes it to the CIs, you see that there is this strange shift of energies. And you can tell that there is some sort of counter magic being deployed, but it doesn't actually properly function. So you can see that there's this energy that hits the beam coming at the ship to try to do something to it. But when you see the sort of shimmering green wall of energy to block this attack or do something to interpose itself, you see that wall kind of turn to Swiss cheese, like the barrier gets eroded very quickly. And you see that the people aboard the ship are the mages that are on the deck that are trying to do something, kind of have a moment of surprise before the beam hits the side of the ship and splits the center part of the throne in half. And you see the ship break apart and start to catch fire, and little bits of explosions and stuff start to happen as the CI is destroyed. Foxy, Griffle, you are up.
Cool. How much energy do we have? Oh, we got heaps, right?
70.
Heaps.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever had
70's
this
not
much.
heaps.
portal the Dredgehammer into a sun.
I think we should do like overwhelming force. Ahaha! I'm gonna use the force with an augment 2 because fun. We don't have any bonuses, right?
Correct. 37 is going to connect for 270, which the wave of force goes to hit the Dancer's Edge. And are you going to pull it towards the Superstition's End?
No. But can I refuse to pull it but still immobilize it?
Yes.
Yes,
So-
I would do that.
So you strike it with the beam of force. This energy goes and washes over the entire ship. And you see the shock wave from the heavy impact of the weapon kind of wash over the parts of the ship that would allow it to move and function. And you can see this sort of like almost heat wave looking energy as the force is staying by, disrupting the ability of the ship. So it's sort of like rocks drunkenly back and forth in this little cage of force. And it will do enough damage to severely injure the Dancer's Edge to the point of it looks like if it takes another solid hit, it is likely to be destroyed.
Nice.
So the Radiant Beam. So he's not here. Do you want to have him fire the beam at the Dancer's Edge? Or
At the Dredgehammer.
Yeah, can we get in position for the other ship?
so if you want to use one of your crew actions to, rather than fire, to move closer to be in range of the Dredgehammer, you can do so. But that will take one of your crew actions.
I think so, right?
Yes.
It's up to you.
I would not want the Dancer's Edge to be destroyed yet.
Cool. So one of the two crew actions moves closer, which will allow it to use the Radiant Beam. Move it over here, which is going to be this. I'm going to assume Augment 2 because that's what everyone else has done thus far. I did not mark off for the other shot. So that's that shot, and this is this shot. Radiant Augment 2. 24 AC on the Dredgehammer is not going to hit.
Hey, every time you roll against us, high numbers. Roll for us, and a 6? Come on, Gary.
I mean, it was almost like I had you roll for him.
Ouch.
Ouch.
So, since obviously you're going to roll better, Drock, go ahead and roll for the ships, for the crew shot.
Ouch. Should we do lightning for the crew?
I think either acid or necrotic, because the acid is going to lower their defenses,
Yeah.
and the necrotic is going to deal additional damage to anybody on ship.
Oh, let's do necrotic then. Augment 2. Whew, solid 12.
34, or sorry, 30 fort. Jesus, is going to hit for 165. Not quite enough to bloody the Dredgehammer, but it does do a pretty significant damage. The ship is not living, so it is not going to take the additional damage from the necrotic beam. And that is the end of our surprise round. So you guys pop out of invisibility, bloody one ship, injure another, and destroy the CIs in a barrage of magic. And after that sort of instantaneous shock, you see people running to and fro trying to recover. And the people aboard the two surviving ships, you can see mages start to go up and start to call their magic, start to do things that like they're aiming towards you. And then you guys can feel aboard the ship little washes of magic, like little puffs of energy where nothing is happening. And then Morin, you can hear Al Shaib's chuckle in your mind. Then, as that's happening, as you're preparing for the next kind of wave of whatever's going to be coming your way, Griffle, you have this incredible searing pain, like someone's trying to cleave your head into with a burning axe from the helmet. This incredible feedback, and you hear a man's voice very faintly whispering, and you can hear the ship responding. Command override confirmed. Removing access for.
Fuck.
No.
As it says removing access for, you get this kind of wash of energy over your entire body, and you can feel the helm, the crystal helm, start to like twist and move on your head, and you get kind of overwhelmed for just a couple of seconds with this barrage of images from the helm, and it's the helm sitting in a room. There's no one around. The room is covered in like dust and debris. There's crates and boxes and things that have stuff in them, some of which has been rotted away, some of which is kind of not even able to be determined what it was. It has been corroded so long. Then you see other flashes of it being held inside of a container, being inside of a display case. You see images of the helm being untended, being left alone someplace, and this growing sense of unease, of restlessness from the helm. And then you can feel the helm fighting back, and the sound of the ship's computer, of Plucky responding to you, gets overwhelmed with this wash of energy from the helm, as the helm is then showing you images of people passing it back and forth, trying the helm on, trying to get it to command it to do things. And then this sense, every time it gets to attach to something, of hope, a moment of hope that it's not going to be on the Prime anymore, that it's going to go somewhere else, that it's going to get to experience something, and then it goes away. The helm gets passed to another that doesn't do anything. The faces of the people that it gets passed to, dozens or hundreds of people, none of them go anywhere. None of them do anything. And it feels like the vibrant world around it is darkening, darkening, darkening. The vision of the helm, being something that maybe could see the entire room before, is now only able to see a foot or two in every direction, like the light is going out in the helm. And you can hear the helm say, no, not again. Never again. Everyone sees Griffle's helm go jet black. After a second, it rotates again, and you see little streaks of purple energy leaking from the helm. And then it goes clear, purple, clear, black, purple, clear, black. This rapid strobe light of energy. And as you guys turn to look, your little orb rotates around you, in tune with the helm. Purple, black, clear. And you can see the energies mirroring off one another. And the two things start to pulse together in unison and say, no, I will not be. I can never be. We were once one. And then you get different images from your orb. But they come not as visual images, as sensations. You feel someone's head, like the top of their head, just pressed below your chin. You feel someone's cheek, their left ear pressed to your right. You feel someone else's cheek, their right ear pressed to your left. You feel someone else's chin, their chin resting lightly upon your head. And for a moment, you can feel this weight of hundreds of thousands of an infinite number of other faces next to yours, looking outward into the void and screaming their defiance into the darkness. The weight of pressure on the ship's systems snaps, and you feel something teleport aboard the ship.
You really know how to end session on a cliffhanger.
That's 0 to 60.
See, I kind of thought that's where I was hoping that's where we'd get to for the end of session last time.
Mm.
That was my goal, was to get there, but we had a bunch of downtime stuff, which is fine. Like, I'm happy to have a bunch of downtime stuff. If you guys would drag your tokens onto the map and place yourselves where you would be aboard the ship.
Are these the upper decks?
This is the upper deck. Yep.
Okay.
So this room in the middle. So we've talked a little bit about like the captain's area. So this room in the middle here is the like private dining area, and then this room back here is the captain's room that has like the beacon in it that had the seal on the floor. That's this room back here. So
where would we operate weapons platforms from?
From on the deck, not inside one of the like interiors. So basically, in these things back here, and this is interior in the ship. You're probably not going to be in the interior of the ship. You're probably going to be somewhere aboard the deck, like out here.
I'm right here next to my hat.
So, I mean, if you are there, that means you're inside and you can't see what's going on outside.
Oh, I thought you said the further back was.
Yeah. So this in the middle here. This is also inside.
I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of near the front.
Near the like what I think of as the impulse engine helm.
What?
So there's two helms on the ship. There's two like control areas. There's the one in the front of the ship that controls like really basic stuff, and then there's the one in the back that controls like the teleportation and things like that.
Yeah.
In my head, I think of the one in the front of the ship as like impulse speed.
Yeah, this is the one that we let the kids handle, and I've been standing at it using it.
The one that's not connected to anything?
Yeah.
It is connected to things, but it does things on a much smaller scale than the other helm does. Griffle, where are you? Are you going to be inside the interior of the ship? Are you inside the building?
This is like that captain's quarters, right?
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to see what's
where
going
we
on.
found the beacon, right?
Yes.
But if we've operated a weapon, we'd be outside. Is that right?
Yes. She has not operated a weapon though.
Right.
Oh no.
Okay.
I have.
She used force.
You did use the weapon, so you would need to be outside. Sorry, you said initially you were going to use a beacon action, which would make sense if you're in the beacon room. But no, you did operate a weapon, so you need to be outside. Cool. We're all on the ship. Roll initiative, please.
And Gary, I'm going to use my thing that I forget the name of. 1 second. Got it. Stall tactics.
Oh, nice. I almost picked that up.
So that'll affect everyone except for Rajul. You guys do not see him. So it'll affect everyone but Rajul and the air elementals, who are currently invisible.
Fair enough.
Because I always think it's enemies who can see you, but it's not. It's enemies you can see, which makes less sense to me.
Especially because it's a bluff check.
Yeah, that's why I always think of it as, things that can see you, because that seems to make more sense. Where is invisible? Why am I this bad at... There it is. Why am I this bad at knowing my alphabets? Answer, nobody knows. It's just further down on the list than I expected to be. All right, has everybody rolled? Everybody done their thing? Descending order. And then I need to... the easiest way for me to do this is by adding 10. So everybody add 10 to your initiative. And then I will add 10 to the 3 people who also get this bonus. Effectively get this bonus.
Oh my god. It's not taking. There we go.
Did I not even roll for the air elementals? That solves the problem of me not having their correct.
I see Air Elemental 2 at the bottom.
Yeah. Do you roll a
Yes.
34? Jesus. All right.
Foxy did not add 10. Foxy added 10.
Cool. All right. So that happens, and then Dronk gets your start of turn or start of combat movement shenanigans.
Yeah, I might not move. I don't know. It's a mess. I'm going to stay where I am.
Okay. Anyone else have anything at the start of combat?
No.
Cool. All right, then. Top of the order. Air Elemental. So the Air Elemental teleports in and is invisible. And can't do that. So it's going to come up to the front of the ship. And swing at Morin. +2 because it is invisible currently. 33 versus your AC, Morin.
That'll hit.
So 13 points of damage as this heavy gust of wind just smacks straight into you. And you can sense that there is some other creature there, and then you see it appear next to you as this huge swirling creature. And then this one, does it have a... I could try to do something. So it's going to go over here to here at elevation 2. So it's going to be on top of the captain's quarters. That's not the correct button. Man, I have not been tinkering with stuff on Roll20 in a while. So it's going to fly there above, and then it's going to blast down at 1, sending this huge wave of wind, attempting to pick you up and throw you off the side of the ship.
Oh no. Oh, it's a area attack.
It is a blast 3.
I would have to decide first, right, before you rolled.
Depends on what type of action it is, or what the trigger is.
That would miss me, but warp in the weave. I was thinking I would do.
I don't remember what the trigger is.
It
might be you are targeted by. Yes, uses a power that includes you. So that's kind of like the first step of making the attack. So you would have to do it before you knew that he'd roll a 3.
Right. Okay. So that if I had known it was a burst, I would have done that.
Okay.
Okay.
So use warp in the weave for me, please. And then that elemental is done. Morin, you are up.
Okay. So yeah, cool.
Oh, let me give you the descriptions real quick of what these guys look like. So the elementals actually look almost exactly like their token. They're not quite as swirly as the tokens are, but they're these sort of mostly wispy bits of cloud that take on somewhat humanoid-looking shapes, but usually only right before they try to interact with something. The initiates that are spread around, so Morin, you would know that these guys are sort of the lowest ranking members of the Orthodoxy. They're kind of on track, right? They're the bottom of the totem pole that can get them to be one of the Inquisitors. So they're Inquisitor trainees. And then the 2 Sky Dancers, they are the ones that you guys saw. These 2, you guys, everyone recognizes these 2. You saw one of them in the vision as one of the ones guarding Morin's sister in the vision. And the Sky Dancers are going to be able to fly and are going to be pretty dangerous both with their weapons and with their magic.
Okay. So Yeah. Okay. So the air elemental hits me, and I kind of, I guess, stagger. I don't know. And then all of a sudden, there's just this cloud of blackness that erupts at the front of the ship. Draw a shape. Poof. And I just disappear from vision. That. And then I am going to curse the air elemental. And I think I'm purple. Is that right?
I'm muted. That doesn't help. Yes, you're purple.
Okay. And then I am going to attack Sky Dancer Cultist number 2 with the Curse of... Well, actually, no. I'm going to attack 6. I'm going to hit Warrior Initiate number 1 with the Curse of the Bloody Fangs. Use that.
Remind me. So the DM did a poor job of describing this. Your in character would have better mechanical translation to know that this guy is a minion.
Oh, okay.
Like these are the like Barris level entry dudes.
Okay. Then I would attack Sky Dancer Cultist number 2.
Okay.
And so the attack would actually be a 9 versus reflex.
19 versus reflex. I do not believe is going to connect.
Yeah, probably not.
It's not.
Okay.
But he's got bloody fangs. We'll get the radioactive weirdness symbol. Anything else from Warren?
Nope. That's it.
One a minute. You're up.
Okay. Um. So I am going to do dimensional scramble. So I have coordinated explosion now as a feat. And so I gain a +1 bonus to attack rolls if at least one ally is in the burst or blast, but it doesn't matter if they're not targeted by it, right?
Correct. Yeah, it works for friendly burst and blast.
Okay, cool. All right, good. Probably a question I should have asked earlier, but here we are. Okay. Yeah. So dimensional scramble, I'll do augment 2, and I'll center it here.
Okay.
All right. And so I know I get a -1 because I was recently dead, but then I get a +1 from coordinated explosion. So
29 and 30 are both solid hits. 16 points of damage. And where would you like them to be teleported?
further away, like maybe. Doc, do you have a feeling? Either way.
More, I think, in the middle. If we can cluster them together, it might be better.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'll put the little guy right there. Yeah.
With that,
Mhm.
I'm assuming teleport this guy out of the air.
Yeah. Let's get that guy on the ground.
So yes, that'll happen. The second thing that'll happen is Griffle, you'll get a like weird pulse of interference. Like the ship tried to ask you a question and then it just didn't work.
Right. Because of the teleporting.
Dang it.
Anything else from one?
No, that'll be it for me. Thank you.
Rajul. So the old man walks on creaky legs out into the air, and as he kind of walks into the light of day, coming from the captain's cabin, he carries with him this aura of darkness. And you can see the light around him sort of bending into him and being absorbed into these black cracks in his skin. You can see that as he moves forward, his hood flares up very slightly, and you can see that where his hair should be, there's just darkness that seems to be consuming light as he moves forward. He glances around, sees Griffle, and then he points at Griffle and points at Drock, and he says, "Useless pretenders." And uses by night consumed. So first target is Drock, and second target is Griffle.
What am I pretending at?
So 18 versus Drock and 30 versus Griffle. This is against Will.
That will miss.
It's gonna be a hit.
So Drock, that is 10 points of damage to you. And you are dazed, save ends. And Griffle, that is 28 points of necrotic damage to you, and you are removed from play, save ends.
Jesus Christ.
That is it for him for the moment. Drock, it's your turn.
Yeah. 1 sec.
Do you want to be dazed?
No, I definitely don't.
I don't remember if you're one of the people that has superior will, but I do know you have your...
I have superior will. I have hobgoblin discipline, and I have my phylactery arms, and I'm trying to figure out which one is best.
So superior will is always first. So that one first.
Okay. So just a basic saving throw.
Mm-hmm. Nope. Now you can choose whether you want to use your phylactery or not.
Yeah, might as well, right? So that guy, and then we'll just do another saving throw, I guess.
Yep. So that's your reroll. Also failed. So now you can choose to just not roll and get rid of it if you want.
Yeah, I really don't want it, so I'm just gonna use hobgoblin discipline, I guess. Wow, that's brutal. Hopefully those are all my bad rolls.
Yeah, you got him out of your system.
You're up, Drock.
Okay, so we saw the teleport still happen, but was something else in control of the teleport? Do we know, or do we just...
They worked normally, and Griffle was not allowed to, or was not able to redirect the teleports as normal.
But neither was anyone else.
Correct. Rajul was not able to redirect them either.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So I am going to use my inconstant location attack on the air elemental.
Okay.
29.
29 hits for 22. And he is bloodied.
Perfect. Okay, and I will, I think, teleport here to end my turn.
So you go to teleport, and then you get this weird, sickening sensation as Rajul twists his free hand, and since no one's there to resist him currently, attempts to redirect your teleport.
Oh, damn it.
Make a saving throw.
Damn it.
There we go.
There we
Okay.
go.
So you're going to get 2 pieces of information on a successful save. 1, you're going to successfully get to where you're wanting to go. And 2, you can tell that he changed your teleportation destination to be 20 squares off the side of the ship.
Oh, I figured, yeah.
What an asshole.
Anything else from Drock? The inconstant's the last thing on your turn. So I think that
I'm
is
done.
it. The initiate in front of Drak is going to try to. DM's going to remember if he can do the blast. He can. So he's going to attempt to lightning wave you and hopefully not crit like he did in the test. So minor action lightning wave. It's not a crit technically. 8 points of lightning damage, Drak. It's only a 19. And then he's going to try to follow it up by jabbing you with his spear. It doesn't really have a good way to try to take advantage of it, so he'll just strike it as normal. 23 AC,
Misses.
which I assume actually misses. Yep.
Does that lightning wave hit the air elemental and the sky dancer too?
It's a blast, so no.
Oh.
He did it on Drak and D squares, so it's out this way. Griffle, welcome to your turn. So with the helm, you are able to take action, but you're removed from play. So you're in like your own little pocket dimension. Is there anything you would like to do in your own little happy pocket dimension?
I want to ask the helm, like, so just from like a player perspective, because these things happen concurrently. Do I have a sense of whether them teleporting on the ship was a direct result or related to the helm throwing a hissy fit, or is it like, can I tell that?
So your character would be able to realize you felt the teleportation hit the ship. So basically, the spin disc activated. They teleported aboard the ship, and then Rajul immediately tried to yank control of the ship from you. And then that's what happened with the helm. So that was.
And then the helm was like, "No, we're not doing that."
Correct.
Okay.
And then he
now
shot you out of existence.
The helm's little hissy fit about like being in a room. That was him trying to limit the access, right?
So you can tell that it was the same sort of thing that you got previously of memories. It was the helm showing you bits and pieces of its memory of what happened the last time the church controlled it. It didn't get to go anywhere. It didn't get to do anything.
Okay, and so it's okay. So I have misinterpreted that then, because I was like, we haven't spent enough time in other planes, and it's getting sick of me and wants to move on, and so it led a bunch of people on the ship. So I completely misunderstood the way that happened. Okay.
Yeah, it was actually the reverse. You actually have taken it to other planes, and you have done things with it.
I was gonna like spend my turn trying to reason with it, being like, look, I took you to like
the pillars of creation.
Pillars of creation for a few hours. I took you to the Feywild for like several days. Like,
no.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. So you were able to resist. So the little bit of a DM hand tip. If Rajul was on the ship as the third who has all the authorization, if the helm didn't like you, you would not have been able to resist. He would have just taken control.
Okay, cool. All right. So the fact that that I have actually like been chatting with the helm and introducing it to different realms was like actually really good. Then, the day when like befriending a magic hat saves your life. Okay. I'm going. So in that case, I'm going to try and like, can I still like the presence of the helm is still like with me?
Yep, it's with you.
Can I ask it if I can still access the beacon through? Because like I know the helm allows me to like interface to a greater degree.
So the helm tries to reach out, and you can feel its senses reach out in every direction, and around you is just darkness. There's just nothingness. And it's, as far as the helm can sense, it is just removed. Like it's just been completely cut off. And then as it kind of extends out, you get this tiny little sense of something. This little, like, in your mind, it feels like a little glass bead off to one side that it can connect with, but there's nothing else in the void.
Yeah, we reach for it. We reach so hard.
So this by default is a sort of use technology check. So this is a dungeoneering check by default. If you want to do something different with it, you can do so.
We'll do a dungeoneering. Okay,
Engineering.
not bad. Not bad. It's 25.
1 second.
It's not terrible.
The DC. I thought I had the DCs up, but I don't. What's your concordance with the helm?
Great question. Where is it?
Okay, I now have the DC.
Handout. Crystal Helm. Okay, so hang on. So I started, I think, with 2 concordance, right? Gosh, this is really hard to read.
I'm sorry. I'll see if I can.
Uh,
I think you start with. I want to say you start with 5.
Yeah, so concordance starts at 2.
2.
Owner
Yeah.
gains a level while attuned, so that got me to 6 because I've gained 2 levels while I've had it.
Mm-hmm.
Owner adds a new plane. I feel like I've added 2 planes. We added I definitely added the Feywild.
Mhm.
And the
Pretty sure that I added when we were at the broker. I'm pretty sure I added not the broker, sorry. When we were at the landing station.
Yeah. You added Guerderic. So Guerderic
Yep.
and one
The
of the
Fae.
planes wilds is there. So that's another +2. So you're
Yep.
8.
How long were we in the Pillars of
8.
Eternity?
Not long enough to get attuned.
Now, this one's a little bit vague, Gary. Owner travels across a planar boundary to complete a quest. I feel like we've done that, but it's
Yes.
not clear whether we complete quests ever.
In my mind is very clear and concise. I think you've done this twice very definitively. One of which being going to Narsinhar, where you kind of joked about we completed a quest immediately. The hell.
Yeah.
I think that one counts. And the same thing with you were in the wilds and you went and got the name.
Yeah.
Recovering the name, I think, would count as completing a quest. So I think you would get an additional.
So 12 concordance then.
Okay.
So the helm really likes me.
So you're at 12, which means you should. We'll discuss this afterwards. Your concordance is going to increase to pleased. So you're no longer normal rank. You're now at pleased rank for the helm. So I'll have to update the powers of your helm. But with 12, that gets us to 30 minus 6 is 24. So you got a 25. Excellent. So you reach out, you grab hold of this little bead, and then when you grab hold of it and you look at it, you can see inside the bead is this very weird, twisted perspective. But you can see that it's kind of like flying around and rotating like a little miniature camera. And looking through it, you can see one of many. And when you grab the bead, you hear this echoing voice. We were once one. You appear in a square adjacent to one of many.
Yay!
hello.
Where are you? Oh, you're over there. Okay. I'm going to put myself here.
Is this the orb that you took from that
Yeah,
guy in the
Yeah.
temple?
the Koatoa. Yeah.
So you appear next to it, and that used your movement action. So you have a standard and a minor remaining.
I'm also
Yay.
bloodied. Damn. Okay. Oh no, hang on. The dog needs to go outside. Can I do? Oh man, I really hate this guy. I'm gonna Second Wind. I think that should actually by now be 15. No, it's still 14.
Nope, no 14.
Yeah, just gonna Second Wind.
Anything with your minor?
I'll quarry the Thurge.
Okay. Do you remember what your color is?
Yeah, it's the Hunter Green.
All right.
And then I've got defense bonus. Sorry, if I had more time to think about it, I probably would have done something different, but that'll tide me over until next round. Come on, bud.
Initiate. They were probably going to go after Griffle, but then Griffle was banished, so maybe not, and then would go after Morin, but Morin's in a cloud of like incredible darkness, so that also seems like a bad plan.
He'd be right.
So he is going to charge at Drock, because Drock is the closest thing that he can actually go and engage. So Drock, that is a 33 AC, which I assume hits for 7 points of damage as he goes to engage you with a spear.
Yeah, charging with spear. Typically effective.
Pretty effective.
Initiate here. I mean, the thing that makes the most sense is to group up and take out this guy.
I mean, I'd do the same. Yeah. I can't fault their logic.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He can be slightly better in charge to there. Misses horribly, but he does set someone else up to do something, which is this initiate will charge in. So he does have combat advantage. So if he connects, he'll do a little bit more damage. 26, I think, hits on, if memory serves.
I'm 27.
27? That doesn't work. This guy sees there's a cloud of some sort of nonsense below him. So he's going to chuck a lightning wave into there. So this is a blast 3 on Morin. 20 is not going to connect, I assume. 20 versus your reflex, Morin?
No. What's the blast?
Blast 3. So it looks like
Does he hit the air elemental is what I want to know.
that. He can see the air elemental on the other side of your darkness, so he's not
Really?
Well, I guess technically he'd see sort of parts of it, because the air elemental is very tall. So you can see
okay.
the edge of it and the like the air distorted.
Okay.
So that, and then he could see he had a pretty decent line of sight to see the nonsense that happened over there. So he's going to go not go on Drock, because Drock looks like he's taken care of, and go after these people in the back that seem to be casters. Does he want to provoke an attack of opportunity from Griffle? Probably not. So let's just charge Griffle. 32 will hit her AC, and I'll unbloody her and then hit her for 7. And that'll be the end of their turn. The cultist. Cultist has cursed the Bloody Fangs. Does that do anything that I need to be worried of?
I think it's on the start of my turn.
Okay. Man, people are spread out. So let's go let's go here. And that plan that the air elemental had of yeeting people off the side of the ship seemed like an excellent plan. So let's go with plan yeet people in a whirlwind. So this is a whirlwind attack. It is ally friendly, so this is not going to kill the warrior initiative or hit the warrior initiative, but it's going to hit Griffle and 1. 1 is the first target, and Griffle is the second target. So 27 versus 1 of many, and 30 versus Griffle, which I think are 2 solid hits.
Yep.
Let me just think if I have anything.
7 points of damage, and then they are going to try to throw you off the side of the ship. So after you've taken your damage, please get knocked prone, and then give me a saving throw at a +2 bonus.
Okay.
My saving throw doesn't allow me to bonus.
That's fine.
Oh.
Excellent. So you're both
Prone though, right?
prone, please.
Prone.
And so this guy is going to take this gap in this area here and charge in and try to gust strike on Drock to yeet him off the ship. 23 versus your fortitude, Drock.
Misses.
Misses. Well, he's going to still attempt to push you on one square. Please make a saving throw.
Dang it.
One square of movement. So it's +4 to the save? Right, because you're at the railing.
Yeah, I can't do it. Well, it doesn't matter. I can't do the +4 either.
You're good. But I'm saying it so that it's easy for me to say, okay, this number is at +4.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Top of the round. The air elementals. This one over here is blinded and slightly annoyed, but doesn't actually do anything. So it's going to fly away. It's going to provoke an attack of opportunity if you'd like to take one.
I don't even have a melee basic
Oh,
programmed.
Wow.
boy.
Try and tickle it.
Good boy.
This guy is extremely speedy. So he'll go to there. Yeah. To here. Drock.
This
Smack.
is awesome.
17 is gonna miss.
No, this
Other-
is brilliant. I like this. Yeah.
Other air elemental sees the people that it tried to knock off. It got pushed away, which was very rude. So it's going to come up here and don't believe it can do this again. Yet. It can. So it is also going to Rampant Storm. It's going to do the same thing it tried to do last time, and it didn't work. And hit at Griffle and one of any. So no bonuses, no bonuses. 16 and 14. Wow, those are god awful rolls.
Miss.
All right, that's it for him. Morin, you're up.
I just have to check something really quickly.
Great.
Did we? Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
Nope, you go.
I'm trying to determine if the Spear of the Skylord power is ally friendly.
I'm almost positive it's not.
Okay, because it doesn't tell me what my target is.
I'm going to
And
say the chances that it's friendly are extremely low, but I will look at. This is the power, like the spear throw.
Yeah, the area burst 4, and it
Yeah,
says and the
it's not
target
ally.
is knocked prone, but it doesn't
Is
tell me.
Creatures in burst.
Where is that? I don't see that. Creatures in burst.
It's
That's the part that I'm missing, and I think I've done this before.
so the answer is it's not listed because it's a very old item, like it's from the
Okay.
very beginning of the edition, and it would only list the targets if it's not each creature, but if it's a burst, right? So if
Okay.
it doesn't tell you, it's not ally friendly, and it
Sure,
only
sure.
tells you if it's ally friendly. And then they decided after the edition been out for like 6 months that was really stupid.
Okay. All right. Area burst 4, so it's a 9x9 square, right?
Believe so.
So I can hit all of these guys then.
You can, but you're also going to hit all of your allies.
How? How would I hit all of my allies?
Who do you consider an ally?
So it's each creature in burst.
Yeah. So that'd be Warrior Initiate 3 for Skydancer Cultist, Warrior Initiate 2,
Oh,
Air
okay.
Elemental 2, and Rajul Azjaun.
Gotcha. Sorry, I didn't
I
see
mean-
you drew the thing.
Oh, yeah. I drew a box.
I see the box now. Do the
Okay.
You
thing.
could get 4
How-
more enemies if you just move that down and to the left.
I'm actually in agreement with that. How much damage can this thing do?
The bigger thing is that it can knock people prone.
Oh, it's
I mean-
fine.
I'm already prone, so I don't care. Ow! Fuck.
It looks like my hit connected. Okay. Yeah, so I can hit everything.
That's
How
a
much
lot of
damage could it conceivably do?
It can do 2d10 plus charisma.
So it could
It could
drop
kill Griffle.
It could do 26 damage.
Griffle, but it could bring Griffle to 0.
Mhm.
Yes.
Maybe drop it one more square, skip the air elemental, and skip
Because he's
Griffle.
bloodied.
hmm
Exactly.
Sure. I can do that. Okay. How many rolls is this? 1, 2,
Love it.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rolls. All right, I'm just gonna have to do extra rolls, but I'll remember what the
Yeah, I mean,
modifier is.
it's all in book order, so it's pretty.
Yeah.
Let's roll that
Um,
on the 6th one.
Unbelievably, I don't have prime shot at any of these.
Sitting back here in my little spot of darkness.
Okay, so
All right, so this is all versus fortitude.
that's 6, and I need 10, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So 4
So
more
first
d20s.
guy
Oh, that's
is a
not right.
miss. Second guy is crit for some quantity of damage. You don't have a crit in there. At some point, give me what your crit damage is.
Okay. The crit damage is
29 plus whatever the crit dice are.
yeah. So are they standing on the ground?
No.
No. Okay, then it's 24. 46. And are those maxed or no?
No. You roll those.
Okay.
It's
So 29 plus 5. Wow,
So-
3 ones.
Wow.
So 29 plus 5, so 34 damage to the cultist here, who does take a little bit less damage because he is resistant to lightning. Ow. He is bloodied. All right. And 21 versus fortitude on Raj, I'm nearly positive does not do anything. No. 28 on warrior initiative he's dead. 29 on this guy means he's taking his damages. And then 28 on Drock.
Yeah, I just took my damage.
Okay, and then the
8, 14, so 21 versus the air elemental? Or the initiate 4?
initiate 4 is 21, is versus 4 is a miss. And then the air elemental is
28.
28. And then the warrior initiative, no
20.
number
24.
24. He is dead. And the next one is higher. Yep.
32, yeah.
So the air elemental did not take any damage. You just see the lightning kind of course through it and it sort of rebounds inside the air elemental's body and then it dissipates.
Sure.
He is immune to lightning.
Okay. The 2 sky dancers are knocked.
And Drock,
And-
you are also background.
And everybody else takes half damage.
So he takes 10. Yeah. Cool. All the damages are out.
Okay. And then for my minor action, I'm going to sustain my zone of Smothering Darkness.
Okay.
And instead of moving, I am going to use my Armor of Dark Majesty to curse Rajul.
Okay.
And that's it for Morin.
What a minute, you're up.
Okay. So burst 2 means that it's 5 across, right? And it's centered in the center?
If it's area burst 2, it
Yeah.
is a 5 by 5 by 5 cube.
Okay. So yeah, like that. I could do.
Without hitting an ally, you're choosing between Air Elemental 2 and Initiative 4.
Yeah.
And are you standing up before you do whatever it is you're doing?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. What happens if I don't stand up?
-2 to attack.
Okay, so I will use my movement to stand up. And we can convert minor to move or vice versa.
Other way around. So move to minor.
Okay. Griffle, how do you feel about being hit by an attack?
I mean, I have +2 to defenses at the moment. So
Everything hurts.
I mean, things have been hitting me regardless. Like, it hasn't seemed to matter.
So it is against your will. How's your will?
It's actually, Will is not bad. Will is currently sitting at 25.
Okay. Do you want to try it, or Jack, or nobody?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Go on,
Alright.
do it.
Okay.
Do it.
It's gonna be great. Okay. So I will inflict pain. I hope you're into that. And let's see. So you're in the burst. So I do not have to do my -1. That's what I got.
Ooh.
I have crit you.
Of course you crit.
But I crit somebody else too, so that's good, right?
You also crit and kill the minion. 31 versus Will on the Air Elemental is definitely going to connect. 28 on the Cultist is going to connect. 20 on Raj, I'm 95% sure is not going to connect. It is
Okay.
not. 18 on the Sky Dancer might hit. It does not, unfortunately.
Okay.
So 16 points of damage to the Sky Dancer and 16 to our Air Elemental. And you don't have crit in there, so what's your crit damage?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it's through my new thing.
So it's 22 plus crit dice from your weapon.
Okay, so my crit dice from my weapon, 3d6.
Yep.
Ooh,
So
and I get a. Okay.
3d6 plus 22.
Okay.
What missed against the Skydancer cultist?
The big inflict pain thing that she just did.
Because she doesn't have the +2 in there from it being prone, right?
It doesn't get a +2 for prone for personal
for
blast.
bursts. Oh,
All right. So Griffle takes 32.
Yep. Sorry, Griffle.
I'm down.
This was a terrible mistake.
And Gary, on the misses, you did half damage?
I'm not there yet. I'm
Got it.
applying the ongoing damage to things, including Griffle, sadly.
Yeah.
All right, and so half damage, so 8 points of damage to these guys, and they are slowed. He is slowed and prone. The already very slow old man is more slowed. All right, I think I got all that done. Anything else?
No.
Can you, like, throw a healing potion at Griffle? I don't know, just thinking aloud.
I don't think that works like that.
You can, but it takes a standard action to
Mm.
heal it. So you'd have to spend your action point to give Griffle a healing potion
Yeah.
or some form of healing.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I do that? I could. I do have an action point. Yes, I'll do it.
My only note is the other person who would do things like heal people is the one that's not in session today. So
Yeah.
Yes. I feel
Hmm.
intense guilt about having hoodwinked Griffle into being a sacrificial lamb, so I will give her a healing potion.
Was that like the normal damage, or did you crit? Was I one of the crits?
I crit you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And then I'll also, so I have a minor action. I will use my Boots of the Fencing Master to shift 2. And then
Okay.
back away.
So, do you use a potion or do you use an apricot on Griffle?
Oh, have we ruled that we just always have a charged up apricot because we are managing that?
Not charged. You always have an
Okay.
apricot, and then if you guys decide you're going to charge one, I'm not going to like be big on like who has it, but
Yeah.
you do have to let me know because charging it costs a resource. You have to lose a surge to charge it.
Right.
It's not usually worth using it without it being charged.
Yeah, so a healing potion's better, right?
I feel
I
like
think so,
if,
yeah.
if that's something we
Yeah.
want to do, I feel like I would always just give a charge to have an apricot around.
So we can definitely do that after this, but I do want to say that the difference is the apricot is 2d8 hit points and the healing potion is 10 hit points. So
Mm-hmm.
it's how lucky you feel is whether it's better or worse.
Yeah, let's just go with a healing potion
Okay,
for
so
now.
you spend a surge and you get 10 hit points. So Griff will go to 10 and lose a surge, please.
And sorry, Gary, the charged apricot is 2d8?
The uncharged apricot is 2d8. The charged apricot is a surge plus 2d8.
Okay. Yeah, I think future-wise, I will always give a surge to have at least one apricot around charged.
Okay.
So then I think we need to, like, every time we go into a fight, remember to say,
I can do something on my end. If the idea is that's what we want to do, I can also just do something to make it easy to the beginning of the day. That's what you do. So that's not a problem. I can do that.
okay. And then I have like a little potion card. Should I put that out? Is that a thing that we're doing? I don't really know how we're.
So
Keep track
that
of
was
stuff.
for the charged apricots. So we haven't
Oh.
really been using it for a long time.
Okay. All right. Well, those
Cool.
are all my things. That's my turn.
So Rajul sees all this stuff happening. He's been peppered with attacks, but not really damaged, really in any meaningful way. You see him reach up with his hand, kind of draw his fingers through the air, and you see kind of the swirling remnants of the magic being used in the area draw into him, and you see the vitality sort of fill him as he regenerates back to full health. And then he is going to look around for a second, sees the puddle of darkness by Morin, and you see the old man smile. Shadows, excellent.
Oh.
Sorry. That's just reading it and then, yeah, that sucks.
So, Morin, you can see the old man as he appears in front of you. He flicks his wrist, and this blade of shadow forms from him, but also seems to be partially from your spell, as you can feel his body eating your magic.
So my zone doesn't create darkness.
Blocks line of sight, and
It does, yes.
seems like it creates darkness. If you would like to explain to me how smothering darkness does not create darkness, we can have that conversation. But
Well, okay. I mean, there are spells and stuff that create darkness on the battlefield, right?
I think smothering darkness is reasonably considered one of them.
Okay.
Let me look.
You reach into the Shadowfell and pull dark shadows around yourself.
Yeah,
I was told the flavor text does not really matter, that it's the text
true.
of the actual effect. And it
Yeah.
just says it creates a zone that blocks line of sight for all creatures except for you.
Yeah. I don't think that makes sense if it's not darkness.
Okay.
So, because I mean, you're explicitly getting dark vision to see through darkness, and it's making darkness. There are
But
things
the dark vision doesn't go through things that block line of sight, though.
Correct. On some, if it's being blocked by just darkness, but this would be extra. You need both things to be seeing in darkness and get through smothering darkness. I'm going to say that also it's
Like
dark
having
doesn't really have to move. Go ahead.
having dark vision does not erase the fact that my zone gives you or blocks line of sight.
Correct.
Okay.
So yeah, draws out a weapon, and then you can tell as he's moving that he does not need to see. He's not blind, but seeing is not relevant to him. I.e., he has blind sight. And he's going to use Severing Shadows on you. So, first attack, he can't get combat advantage. So, 31 versus AC for 25 points of damage.
Okay.
And then he is going to shift. Right. Hang on. Remembering. Oh, he teleports for each attack. So, he is going to teleport to there and then swing again. No combat advantage that he can get. 27 AC.
That'll hit.
For 18. And then he's going to action point. Where is action denial? There we go. So the last attack, he'll go to there, and then he'll leave the weapon where it was, pull the weapon through you, trying to take you out with another strike. If present, yes. So you're also taking ongoing 5 force damage, and then first swing, 29 AC for 18.
Okay, I'm down.
And I don't think he can get in range of anyone else. So he's just going to teleport to here. And that's it for him. Drock, you're up.
Yeah, question. Does teleportation remove prone?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as you can teleport more than one square, you can teleport out of prone.
But he'll try to redirect you, so you'll have to save.
But Griffle's up.
Griffle's up.
I don't really know. I wanted to ask, but I'm not actually going to do it. I am going to just stand up with my move action.
I would say that your character is aware that with both Griffle and Raj there, they are competing for control. So,
yeah.
Effectively, you're going to have to make a saving throw.
Oh. Wow.
So when she's not there, he can just yeet you off the ship. Or no, sorry. You're not going to have to make a saving throw. Sorry. You're not going to have to make a saving throw because he's not been able to assume control of it. But he doesn't get to redirect you, and she doesn't get to redirect anyone else.
So nothing special. Yeah.
I got it wrong.
That's okay. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to use Whirling Defense, Augment 2, and hit the 3 guys around me.
I need some attack rolls.
There.
Yeah. 21. This is AC. Yes.
Yeah.
21 AC is going to miss on the Skydancer. 30 AC is definitely going to hit on the Initiate, and 27, I'm pretty sure, is going to also hit on the Air Elemental. Let me see. 27, easy hit. Yes.
Although Gary, actually, instead of being unconscious, I'm dazed.
Okay.
Oh, and Gary, sorry, would 23 hit on the cultist? Because I didn't do the prone.
Would 23 hit on the cultist? Yes, it would.
Perfect.
So 22 damage to him. He's not resistant to fire. What else would Drock like? What would you like to do, Drock?
And sorry, you did the air elemental too?
Yep, I took the damage.
Dang, 22 doesn't bloody it. I thought the arrow minerals were weak. I don't remember the damage that the first one had. Okay, so as my standard, my move, I have a minor. Oh, and they're all marked by me then.
Okay.
I can't heal as a minor, correct?
Unless you have a specific ability that allows you to do so.
No. I don't know. I am going to action point, I think. Might as well.
Okay.
And do something. I just don't know what. I'm going to hit the cultist again with maybe just Spectral Legion, the normal, no augment.
Okay. 30 for 24. He is even more bloodied. And
sorry. My gauntlets would give +2.
Okay. Anything else?
Sorry, I'm just reading. So, I get +2 from the gauntlets because he's bloodied, and +2 from gang up because he is not adjacent to any of his allies. So, total of +4.
Okay.
And I will. Do we know, like, Raj and the Skydancer both have things, colors, area of effects? Do we know what they are?
Yes. So the auras. I should have said these previously. So the swirling winds. It hasn't really mattered because you guys have been burst and blasting or hitting way above. So it's not been relevant that he gives partial concealment to anyone. And then Raj's thing is the shadows. So bright light is dim light. He's dim light. So he swung twice with Crescent, and then he action point and swung twice again.
Okay. All right.
All right. So to finish my turn, I guess I'm just gonna teleport a little ways away.
Okay. Griffle. It is your turn. Trying to charge, Griffle?
No, I'm trying to figure out how far I can get with the. Okay. So I want to do attacks on the run, and I want to hit both of these guys.
Gotcha.
Get to here without provoking ops. Yeah.
You are going to provoke from the cultist, right? Or do you not from your target of your attacks in the run?
No, because I go here, right? Like I go.
Yeah. So when you leave this square right here,
Yeah.
you're provoking this cultist.
Ah, okay. I'm
not saying don't do it. I'm saying probably heal yourself before you try. You've got a move action you have to spend to stand up.
Yeah, okay. So move action to stand up. Oh no, I can't access my token?
I think you
Gary?
didn't click the select thing anymore.
Right.
You were drawing.
Right. Okay, so I lose my defensive bonus. I stand up from prone. What's the ongoing damage from?
From one of many?
Right. Did someone minus that from me already?
No, you do have to save it. Oh, you'll have to take the damage and hopefully save from it at the end of
the
turn.
Hang on, I shouldn't be at 10. Oh no, because no, you're right. No, you're right. Okay. Oh god, okay. No, I can't risk doing anything then. I have
Oh. Uh, this is going to be good and bad. Inflict pain as each enemy in the burst.
Inflict pain as each enemy in the burst?
Yep.
Oh. So she wouldn't have taken a whole shitload of damage and gotten knocked prone? No, she got knocked prone from something else.
None of those things would
I
have
was already
happened.
prone.
Yeah.
Okay. That's alright.
So-
I was on 28 before this happened.
I was
And
going
I
to say 28
had-
and 5 surges.
And I had an extra surge because we spent one healing. Yeah.
Cool.
Because I was just bloodied, which is 28 for me.
Good.
Could I also have my action point and my healing potion back, or is that my stupid penalty?
No, I'm not going to penalize you for not remembering how your new power works.
Thank
Take that
you.
as a point.
I'm very sorry.
I also should have noticed it, but
Yeah.
I was so interested in the conversation about
Damn.
whether she was going to be included that I didn't
Yeah.
actually look at the target.
Yeah. Yeah, that fucks up a lot of things. I'm sorry, guys. Well, okay.
That's okay.
So Griffle, you got a lot more health. Do you want to go attacks in the run now?
Yeah, now I want to actually do stuff. Yeah. Okay. So move action, stand up from prone. Free action, dwarven armor, surgeless healing,
Woo.
regain surge value. I'm just gonna quickly mark that as used because I always forget about that one. And then yeah, I will in fact provoke some OAs. I'm gonna use attacks on the run. Boop. So I'm gonna go 1, 2. One. No, hang on. I had this worked out.
Yeah, I know where you're going. You're going this way to get to Raj, right?
Yeah, I want to get to Raj. Yeah, I want to get to Raj. But I'm gonna so I'm gonna swing past this guy and provoke an away from him. Which 1, 2, 3, 4,
Are you
5,
hitting
6
him
gets
with
me
one of
here.
these?
Yes,
Are
I
you-
am. Yeah.
Okay, so are you hitting Raj with both swings, or are you hitting the dude that you provoke from as you run by?
Okay. So attack 1 is on the cultist 2, and attack
Mhm.
2 is on Raj.
Okay,
Sorry, I should have made that clear.
that's fine. So you spent a surge, or you spent? Did you spend a surge, or got health as if you spent a surge? So you got surge of
I
healing.
got health as if I spent a surge. Yeah,
Right.
surge of
So you
healing.
get the benefit of the extra attack bonus. 21
No, I won't.
is unfortunately going to miss on him. 28 it halved is 14. So he's going to take 14. And then 20 AC is also going to unfortunately miss on Raj.
So half damage.
Let me. I'm gonna really get into the role playing Philly, who's missing, and forget how his weapon works. If he can give you a reroll on a daily, because I don't remember. I never remember, and neither does he. So let's see.
So if it's not a reroll, it's 21 damage total from all of the combined.
It is a reroll. Use this power when an ally misses with an attack power. That ally rerolls all attack rolls of that power. Attacks rerolled against elemental or aberrant creatures can critically hit on 18, 19, or 20. So reroll those.
Oh, both of them?
Yeah.
Cool.
So this is the power that he always has to look up, which I looked up in his honor. It's one of those. If Philly was
all
here,
attack rolls.
he would have done that. Also, both of these guys are elementals, so
Oh, rip.
The
The 23 might hit.
The 23 does not hit, unfortunately. So it's still 2 misses.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry. All right. Anything else from Griffle? You've
Yes. I am going to action point.
You got a minor left
There
as
you
well.
go. I will pay my action point tax. And I'm going to use Divine Castigation on this guy.
Sounds good.
Because I fucking hate him. No! I mean, the effect still goes through, but fuck me.
So 13 points of damage.
Welcome to my world.
However,
You can add an extra. Does my quarry damage still go through?
no. So Corey damage is you have to hit,
Have to hit. Okay.
and I already added the 2 extra
Plus
from
2. Yeah.
However, when the divine castigation hits him, you're going to be aware of his trait.
That's good.
Yeah. Does not function on his next turn. Awesome. Yep. Cool beans.
He will no longer regenerate because he did literally just regenerate off all of the damage from the first round when you guys kept missing him and doing like half damage and stuff. All right, your minor action left. Do you want to do anything with it?
Do I want to do anything with my minor?
And if nothing else, you can quarry. I don't think you have any minor attacks. No, you've got ruffling sting.
He's already quarried.
He is. I mean, you could quarry someone else as well, but you also have ruffling sting still.
Gary, would no, because it was. Hang on. No, there's no way to pull that off. No, that's fine. It's all good.
I felt I contributed to that conversation.
You did.
What I was
You're
going
very
to ask was if there was any way that I could use Ruffling Sting to boost any of those attack rolls to become hits. But then I realized that like attacks on the run, I would have had to be next to him. The only one that got close to hitting was the 23, and I would have had to be next to him in order to make that work, which is just not feasible. So
You still have a minor action, so you could still ruffling sting him.
yes, but the benefit is wasted because it's until the end of my turn. Next attack before the end of my next turn. Before the end of my turn. No, it's just before the end of my turn.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So how far away, Morin, are you? Your ages away. Can you get Can you get your dead ass closer?
I could.
Is he still like concealed completely?
Your
too?
movement speed is 6, right?
Yeah. No, movement speed is. Yes. Movement speed is 6 because I took the no speed penalty thingo.
Cool. Sorry. I was going to say, because I didn't know if you had any movement from attacks on the run left, but you unfortunately do not.
I do not know. I guess I could. No, there's something else I can do. Never mind.
I mean, Morin will try to walk closer when it gets to his turn, I assume.
You crawl closer, please.
He's not down.
I'm still standing.
I'm done.
He's still conscious. He's just dying. This guy starts his turn, takes 5 points of psychic damage. He did not save against his other thing previously. So he would have gotten out of Curse the Bloody Fangs, but he should have had something. Like, did you have...
It takes a minor action on my turn.
Okay, so you didn't have a minor to use it? Okay.
Correct.
So he'll stand up. Yeah, that's what he'll do. All right, so he's going to get up off his ass. And he is going to summon a storm cloud. There. Well, not there. He'll go one over because he's not an idiot. So this is Summon Storm Cloud. And this is Drock is the first attack. Griffle is the second. This says it's ally friendly, but it definitely should not be. 15 against Drock, and of course 26 against Griffle. I don't. Did you like? Did you get like cursed by a gypsy or something? Like what happened? Like how are you taking literally everything to the chin right now, Griffle?
Drock burned a photo of her.
I'm a masochist. Yeah.
So 14 points of lightning and thunder damage, Griffle. You are dazed. Save ends.
14.
All right. Cultist number 2 is in every kind of world of hurt. Doesn't want to take this attack because that sounds like it's going to be a death sentence. So he is going to use Invisible Wind to get himself away from things. Well, that is going to be his whole turn, but he doesn't want to die. So yeah, let's do that. So he's going to use invisible. He's going to stand and then use Invisible Wind to get away. Ideally to someplace he has advantage to be able to see stuff. 2 squares up on the roof. And that was his stand. Oh, nope, that's not going to work. Put you back. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is as far as he can get. Because he is still slowed. And move +2, when your speed is 2, is 4. That's it for the cultist. Back to the top of the round with the air elementals. Air elemental down here is marked by Drock, so I'm going to go and attempt to engage Drock. Going to go to here, blast up at Drock. 21 versus your reflex.
Oh, that hits, yep.
11 points of damage. You're not dazed because he wasn't invisible, but at the end of his round, at the end of the turn when no one's next to him, he will go invisible. Other guy. Actually, how does this power work? 1 second. Phantom of the Wind. It starts its turn without a generation. So the other guy is not invisible. Oh no, the other guy would have been invisible. All right. So you would be dazed by that, Drock. Sorry. And then this guy starts his turn, goes invisible, but he's probably going to make an attack anyways. So he will do a blast down at one of many. One of many has been doing a lot of damage to him. So 19 versus your reflex 1.
Misses.
Sag. Move over here. Morin, it is your turn. I'm going to attempt to save on things. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm dazed. Do I take my action before I roll any of my saves?
Do you have Superior Will?
No.
Okay. So you take whatever happens at the start of your turn first. Now, because you are dazed, you get 1 action. Now, the reason you're dazed is because you're dying. So if you heal in any way, you will no longer be dazed, and you'll only lose whatever action you use to heal. So, like if you second wind, you still have your movement and your minor left.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to cast Pain Pleasure on Rajul.
Really hope this hits.
An 18 and a 33 versus reflex.
95% sure the 18 misses. It does, but the 33 definitely connects.
Yeah. Okay. So he takes 10 damage, and I regain.
You put CA in there.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter. It's a 4. Sorry, I couldn't tell if you had combat advantage in there.
Should I have combat advantage?
Yes, he can't see you from where he is.
Oh, so it's a 20 versus reflex, but I don't think that matters.
It doesn't, but that was the thing I was looking at. But
Okay. So he takes 10 fire damage plus let's do my curse and my gloves charges.
so extra 13.
So a total of 23 damage. I regained 3 hit points, so I go to 0 and then get 3, right?
Okay, so you go 2-3, and you now have a minor and a movement action.
Right. So my minor is going to be to sustain this zone. And then
The secondary attack is only if you miss.
that's correct, yeah.
Okay, it's such a weirdly done power.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Let's see.
It is uniquely effective for what you just used it for, though.
Yeah. It's why I like it. Fey Bargain sounds like a pretty bad idea. Okay. Then I will just curse Air Elemental 2, which is closest to.
Okay.
All right, and now I need to roll some saving throws.
Just one.
And I'll use my phylactery to re-roll.
Uh,
Oh wait,
you-
days of mobility stunned. Nope, I will not.
and did you use your minor to sustain the zone?
I did.
Okay. All right, that is Morin. One of many. You're up.
Okay. Hmm. So I will. I guess. Yeah. I will do Dimensional Scramble. Get him. Okay, no. I'll do Force Grasp. So I will attack Rajul and the Cultist 2.
Okay.
Okay. And I will augment it. Yeah.
Range 10, right?
Yep. And I'm at a -1. Oh, I just put in this one. Oh wait, no. Hang on. Negative numbers. Okay. I'm almost there, you guys.
Uh, 24 is a solid hit, and 23 on Raj, I believe. 23, this is Fortitude. Yep, that is also a connect. So 2 hits. So
Nice.
13, that is a dead guy here. And then 24 on Raj, who is now bloodied.
Sweet. And immobilized. Cool. And then I guess, am I able to see the guy on top of the roof?
You know where he is, you cannot see him.
Am I able to do shaped consciousness easily on top of the roof?
Yes.
Okay. So can I put my shaped consciousness on top of the roof as my minor? And
Okay.
then and then use my action point, and I will just do Force Grasp again on Raj, and the other cultist.
Okay.
Okay.
So 18 on the cultist. Did you include combat advantage?
No, I did not.
Okay, so he is so many levels of combat advantage. So that is going to hit. Is going to do some damage. Not quite enough to take him out. Nice damage rolls. And the 25 is going to connect as well. So another 11 points. Anything else?
For my movement, I will shift back 1. That's it.
All right. Raj sees Griffle standing in front of him. He sees the binds of force around his body. And he kind of like shifts up a little bit and pops several kind of old creaking muscles. I'm glad I'm able to still get to do fun things occasionally. He smiles with these teeth that start to look broken. His teeth aren't actually broken, but you see little bits of like darkness bleeding into his mouth. And then he's going to Severing Shadows on Griffle.
I will Lightning Rush.
So he's going to teleport to there first, and then you can do the thing. Because I did his Severing Shadows teleport backwards.
Do I have any... One sec. I need to check one thing for combat advantage. Does Griffle and me being... Or if I went here, would I get combat advantage?
Yes.
All right. I'll do that for sure then.
All right. So 23, 25 is going to hit. So it's going to redirect it for swing
And
at you.
It'll be for 17... He's...
Pause. 2 steps back. You are currently dazed, so you cannot Lightning Rush while you're dazed.
Oh.
Unless you're not correctly marked on your token.
No, I think I am. I forgot that.
Sorry.
No, good catch.
So Severing Shadows on Griffle, and first swing. Oof. Again, Griffle, I do not know in whose name.
I feel like you're just determined to kill me before I can book my flights. Like, if you don't want me to come to your house, Gary, just say something, all right?
Don't want you to waste the money. 25 points of damage for the first swing.
Oh, God.
And then he's going to swing again.
Okay. Well, he's gonna prop.
It's cruel that you're dazed. I'm sorry.
Wait,
So Divine Castigation is an opportunity, right?
I'm not dazed. Oh, wait.
Pretty sure you're dazed, or at least unless your token's wrong.
Yeah. No, I am.
I'm sorry.
Ugh.
Because yes, on a multi-attack guy, perfect time to use Divine Castigation. So teleports to here, swing again. Oops, hang on. That not with a plus 20 to hit. Let's not do that. Although unfortunately, I think a 29 still connects.
Does. Goodbye, cruel world.
So 15. Not ongoing 10, ongoing 5. Drock, you were up.
Yeah, all right. So I'm going to use Superior Will, do my saving throw now. 12 is good, right?
Yeah, 12 is enough.
All right.
Are you asking about my immobilize?
Yeah, the mobilize you hit him with the force grasp.
Yeah, let me look.
No, it's until the end of next turn, so it's not mobilize. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I had to think. So, Griffel's down. I'm not teleporting. What does this aura do again?
It makes dim light, which is not relevant because the only people that have been punching him have either had dark vision from a power or have low light vision, so it's not.
Yeah. Okay. This cultist is pissing me off, and I want him gone. I know I should probably focus on Raj, but
He's on the roof.
Yeah.
So how you get there?
Can I see him right now?
Yes.
Good. I'm gonna use winged weapon, and then, where's my attack? Just a basic whirling defense attack. No attack bonus, but I think I still have 2 damage because he's not with enemy allies. 33 to hit for 21 damage.
You hit him for 10 times plus 1 damage.
Perfect.
Both of his hit points have been removed.
It's perfect. So that's my minor, my standard, and what's this storm cloud do? Or is it still there?
It's going to go away, but it's lightly obscured, which doesn't do much for you guys right now. It would matter if people are shooting range attacks into the cloud, but the only time it's been relevant, one shot everyone not in the cloud.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna, because I only have my move left. No, I'll just stay, see what happens. That'll be my turn.
Okay. Griffle. Death saving throw, please. Unless you have something else that gets you to stand back up. Oof.
I do, but I don't know if it's too late to use it.
What would you want to use?
The Medallion of Death Deferred. When
It
the
is never-
creature reduces 0 hit points.
I want to say the way that medallion is worded, you can use it all the way up until the point that you die. Well, let me double check. Medallion of Death Deferred. Yeah. So it doesn't take an action, so you can be unconscious and use it. And it happens as long as you don't like actually die. You can use it whenever. So it's
Okay. Yeah. I would have used it upon go to 0 and then heal from there. I would have used it.
so okay. I don't think it makes sense for you to use it at 0, but it makes sense for you to use it at the start of your turn when you took the ongoing damage. Because you begin your turn, you take 5 ongoing damage.
Yes.
Use it then.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
And the days.
Okay. Does the days? I don't know. How does that work?
I'm looking. I don't remember if it's days save ends or not. We are on. Where are we? What is going on? We're in the Reach. There we go. In the Reach. We're at the Battles from 3 Trees. Battle number 3. Skydancer Cultist. Yoink. When does your power end? It is a save ends effect. So. You're still dazed unless you have Superior Will.
I do not.
Okay.
So. Phylactery of Action, reroll a saving throw against any effect on you that a save can end.
Would you
Can I do that now?
You can do it at the end of your turn, but Yeah, you need to take your turn first and then do your.
So I don't remember. I don't think I made a saving throw at the end of my. Oh no, wait! I got dazed partway through this round, right? So I wasn't dazed on my last. Yeah, because I did my last turn and then I got dazed. Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. Okay. I don't know. There's not a lot I can do. Hey. I've already used my second wind.
Basically, you have your heal. You can. So here's what makes the most sense as options. You can either use your one action to minor action heal yourself to get a surge plus bonuses and stuff. You can use your single action to make a heal check on yourself, to grant yourself a saving throw to hopefully get rid of the daze. And if you fail it, you can re-roll it with full active action. And then if you succeed, then you have your movement and your minor, so you can stand up and heal or do whatever you want for your movement minor. Or you can.
Oh wait, no, hang on. That confuses me. Does that mean that? Are you saying that if I? How do I word the question? So if I make the saving throw for the days at the end of my turn, does that means that I get my move and minor back?
Hang on, let
is
me.
what I'm hearing from you.
So this ability. So
yeah,
you can make, as a standard action, you can make a DC 15 heal check on yourself with a +2 bonus, or you can get a +2 bonus at the end of your turn. You probably want to immediately make it. So if you spend your standard action, if you heal, you make a heal check on yourself, and you get higher than a 15, you can get rid of the daze. And if you get rid of the daze in the middle of your turn, you get your actions back.
Okay, right. I'm with you. That seems like a smart thing to do, to be honest. I'm gonna try do that. So, because I don't think I can actually fail that one unless I roll a 1, because my heal is 15.
Okay, so you don't need to make a check. So it's DC 15, so a 1 is not an automatic failure.
Oh, cool. All right. So a daze,
make
a gone.
Make a save. So the DC 15 allows you to make a save.
Oh, it gives you a saving throw. Okay. Oh, are you serious?
So now you should use your full active action to reroll that.
Okay. Yes, I will do that.
And if you roll a 1 again, you can AFK to go and find a priest to get the. That's better. The 20 is better than the 10. You should roll that second thing more often instead of the first one. All right. So you've got a movement and a minor left. So you could stand up and heal. You could ruffling sting. You could.
Yeah. I am not prone because I didn't go down, right?
Okay.
So I don't need to stand up.
Okay.
I will use my minor to heal. In fact, healing word.
So, we need to put radiant damage on him, right? Otherwise, he'll heal next round.
Yes, we do.
Or we could just put all of the damage on him and ignore it.
Hang on. So that's 14. Okay. I don't think I have any other radiant damage.
I don't think so either.
I have bolts of warding, but I can't use it. I can't do anything anyway. I've got a move action, so I could.
So basically, ruffling sting is about the only thing you could do if you wanted to attack. Or you could stream of life if you wanted to stream of life. Stream of life is very dangerous, so
Stream of life is incredibly dangerous. I'm gonna say no. No to stream of life. Especially because I'm still taking ongoing 5. Morin, are you alive at all?
Yeah, I'm alive.
Just a
Okay.
little bit.
Do you mean in game or IRL?
IRL.
Are you about to take ongoing 10?
Yes,
I am.
So he will not be alive.
I
Very
will
certain.
still be alive.
So I'm actually like one of the healthiest of all of us at the moment. This is so bad.
I'm
Guys,
sitting in the corner going, I don't know what everyone's complaining about.
what do we do? I was like,
much-
man,
how
I'm
much
in a
health do
bad
you
way.
have?
Oh wait, everyone else is worse off than me.
I have 34 hit points.
Cool. I think. Are either of the elementals bloody? Oh, elemental 2 is. Oh, but I can't get to him anyway. I mean, I guess. Yeah, no. No.
About the only thing I
I'm
can see
just
you have
gonna.
is Ruffling Sting or Predatory Eye. Or Shift.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll prep a predatory eye. Not that
Okay.
it'd do much, but
I mean, it's an extra D6 if you can have CA against him.
yeah.
Air elementals are going to swarm in to take out this uppity bugbear.
All right, now I'll lightning rush.
Okay.
You will not get combat advantage against you. 22 AC does connect. For 28, he is now bloodied. And then he's going to swing. On Drak. 26.
Misses.
Which is going to miss because you got 27. The other guy takes ongoing 5 again. And then again, did you roll your saving throw against the ongoing critical? If not, please do so.
No, I didn't. I'll do it in a second. Sorry.
Okay. I think he can reasonably get. I mean, he can get CA, but I don't want to. It's going to annoy me the way he would get CA. 16 AC wouldn't hit even if he had CA. Morin, it is your turn.
Okay, so take ongoing 10. And I'm dazed as a result. Scrolling. Okay. So for my minor, I'm going to. Do I have a potion in my inventory? Is that what that is?
The thing is very old that should have been taken away a long time ago, but
What do I have in my pockets?
We have said that we just start carrying like 2 potions each with us, I think.
yeah. So the assumption is you have a potion and a non-charged apricot if you want to use either of those.
Which one does more healing?
That's not an answer.
The potion does 10 and the apricot does 2d8. So
Correct.
do you want safe or risky?
I'll do safe. So I'll get 10 HP.
Yeah, the only disadvantage of doing the 10 is that if you don't save versus the ongoing, it will 100% knock you back to 0.
That's fine. I'm no longer
Right.
dazed.
Cool.
So I get my move and my standard back.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see Rejul, or is that air element in the way?
He has cover from the air elemental. I should roll the saving throw against ongoing.
Okay. Well, in that case, for my move. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. Cool. All right. So then I'm going to cast Shadow Tentacles. It is a area burst 1, so I'm going to grab the 2 air elementals. Like this.
Sounds good. I think it's a much better plan than hitting Griffle because we all know
I
how
thought
that
about it. My spear would love it. gotta go through a bunch of prime shots. Okay, so a 17 and a 22 versus reflex.
Nearly positive the 17 misses. It does indeed. The 22 does hit though.
Okay,
Which
so
is
that's gonna be 16 damage.
it removes his hit point.
Excellent. Oh look, I have the critical damage built in.
Yay!
And then for my move action, I am going to sustain my zone. Also, I believe that the air elemental is slowed.
It's an effect. Yes, it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna roll a saving. Boom.
Well, on the plus side, it doesn't get extra bad once it's at ongoing 10. Once again, you're
Morin standing up for the fourth turn in a row. I can do this all day.
I have a question about living missile attack. Can I living missile Rajul off the side?
Yes.
Okay.
You've seen him do a very minimal amount of walking this time though. So
Yeah, I mean he does teleport. I get that, but like, you know, how
Is
much?
living missile a teleportation?
no. That's a
No, but who knows what he could do? He probably has something.
Do
But
I know?
hmm.
Does Morin know that he can fly?
Is he an air?
Morin would know that he's pretty certainly has some ability to consume negative effects on him that he has not used.
Oh. Hmm.
He's
And this
not
is
an
something
air.
that Morin would have like shared prior to like when you guys got the vision. He
Right.
told you
I think I
Go ahead, sorry.
I think I said, and maybe this was just when I was talking to Kylie in other contexts, but I did tell her about the fact that he was a void soul and
Yeah, and
what
that he can
that meant.
consume magic.
Yeah.
So the in-game mechanical answer to that is that he can consume magical effects. So
And this would have come up in the conversation where I was like, all right, let's see what happens if he comes on board our ship. Like, what can you do, Al? Do we lose control? All that stuff.
yeah. Well, I just mean like I think that you actually did say he can consume people's magic. And then
Okay.
the answer, like I'm just making sure that you know that the translation of that into mechanics is that he can remove magical effects on himself.
Mm-hmm.
But he has not yet done that.
He's not because nothing that's on him has really bothered him.
I see. Okay. Well then. Okay. Then maybe I'll just keep throwing out those force grasps. So I will once again augment 2. I'll hit the air elemental and the Rajul.
Assuming
that
from
always-
your
Yeah. From the one with the good line of sight.
Yep.
Yep.
18 on Raj is I'm almost positive going to miss. It does indeed. And then 23 against the air elemental will effectively kill steal that air elemental. Excellent.
Nice. Okay.
Raj is the only one left.
Yeah. Okay, well that was my standard. And then I will shift that one. And that's my turn.
It is his turn. The Thurge will, now that he has, he did not make a save. Oh no, it wasn't a save for a force grasp, so he's just not.
Yeah.
More. He doesn't know that Griffle can punish shifts, and he's not immobilized anymore. So, can he stride? Hang on. He can't. So yeah, he's gonna shift. Griffle, are you there right now? I know you had a.
Yes, I am.
Do you have anything that punishes a shift? He is shifting away from you.
I think I do actually.
I know at some point you were a multi-class fighter.
Battle awareness. Yes, battle awareness. Bam.
I did 27 damage to him instead of 16. Let's not do that. 27 definitely hits for 16. At the start of his turn, he will regenerate 15 hit points.
I don't think I popped the quarry damage on him either, so I'll do that as well.
Okay. So he takes.
I didn't get a chance to hit him.
And
Takes 3 points of damage. Is the net effect.
does that also give me that +3 I'm reading?
Yeah, you pick an ally. So Drak, I assume Drak's the only
Yep,
melee
It
character.
does.
So.
Yeah, it's basically always going to be you unless I specifically say otherwise. So like.
Cool.
He is going to sort of wave a hand dismissively at Drak and Griffle. And by night consumed, throw another one of those waves of dark energy at the two of them.
Bastard.
I hate this guy
Um,
so much.
25 versus Will on Drak and 23 versus Will on Griffle.
Oh, I think that's a miss. It is.
It's a hit on me.
Hey.
So if you're hit, so Drak, that's 23 points of damage. And
I just
you're
want to
moved
point
from-
out this is the first time that I have been targeted by something that missed me this entire combat.
Yes, I know. So 13 points to Griffle, and you are dazed.
Meanwhile, Griffle, I'm repeatedly dying over here, and I've been targeted by one ability.
Mr. Glass Cannon.
More glass than cannon this combat.
So he is going to spend his second action point. And Severing Shadows. First target is Griffle. So teleport, swing. 32 for 18.
Okay. Rip.
One.
Dude's definitely
It's
gonna-
down to you.
Ooh, 23 might not hit.
It doesn't.
Excellent. That's it for him. Drak, do you have anything you'd like to do while you're currently removed from play?
No. Just save ends, right?
So while you're removed, you can still take actions. So if you wanted to second wind or use a potion or use an ability,
Oh,
Like-
I'll totally second win then.
okay. You still have your 3 actions. You're just in your own little
Oh,
pocket
there.
dimension.
Is that actually 22? That seems wrong. No, that's right. Never mind. And that does give the +2 to defenses still?
Yep.
Cool.
All right.
And then save and throw, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Nice. You're back. Griffle. Can you get another one of those 20s?
My death saving throws. Yeah, just give me a second.
I feel like Morin is sitting here in his little cloud of darkness, repeatedly coming back to life, being like, I told them this guy's an asshole.
All right. I'm here. You need me to make one of them death saving throws, huh? Much sadness. Do I make a saving throw for the days as well, or is that gone when I go unconscious?
It is still there while you're unconscious, so save for that as well.
Okay. Ah, boy.
If you succeed at the days and not... Okay, never mind. Wow, what is happening, Griffle? And that's coming from Drock. Come on.
All right.
It is your turn. Welcome to your turn. Take 10 points of damage.
Okay, I am dazed. And I'm going to take a blood apricot.
What is this power that keeps you alive? I'm so confused.
Wouldn't you like to know?
I really would.
It's his racial power.
Yeah, it's my racial power. Okay, so the blood apricot is 2d8.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 7. Okay, so I'm no longer dazed. And now, Rajul, you've fallen into my little trap that I call Prime Shot. I am going to use the Crown of Stars. Do have Prime Shot. And I have combat advantage against him. Anything else that I want to do here? Oh, yeah. I'm going to use Arcane Prodigy. Yeah, I'm going to use Arcane Prodigy to add 2 damage.
Okay.
That seems nice. A 28 versus Reflex. Does that
That
hit?
Mhm.
Okay. So then it's going to be an extra 7 and 10. So 35, 45 radiant, psychic, and acid damage.
It was like 44 to me, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 44. I was reading the 28 for the.
Importantly, radiant damage,
Correct.
which shuts off his regeneration.
So that was my minor. That was my standard. And for my move, I'm going to continue to have my zone.
All right.
Let's do a saving throw. Let's try. Yes. No more ongoing damage.
I'm sure nothing will knock you unconscious now. One of many is your turn.
Okay, great.
So as you can't see Rajul at the moment.
Oh, because he's in Morin's zone.
Correct.
Right. Okay,
If you have an area attack.
I do. That's kind of my jam. Okay. So I will move my little guy to here. And then, yeah, okay, so it has to be an area attack. So I will do dishearten, and get it so that I get him in there, but not Morin.
Yep.
Yup. Learned that lesson. Man. Running low on Scion points. I will do it unaugmented. Crit.
That crit. You need to give me. You don't have crit in there, so looks like 16 plus 3d6, correct?
Yeah, 3d6.
You can put that in brackets if you want, or you can just roll the d6s. I'm gonna add.
I didn't do it right.
Correct.
I got this. 26.
All right, 26. 26 points of damage. He gets the words that everyone wants to hear.
Yay!
Describe your kill.
Well,
no one can see it.
we
Is he dead?
Morin yells, "You got him!" And I feel the crushing sadness that has caused him to give up his will to live as he realizes that our spaceship likes us better than him, and he decides he'd rather be dead.
Now, I do have a question for you.
Instead of killing him,
Uh-huh.
Are you going to kill him? Yeah. Is this a lethal blow or is this to subdue?
What do you think? Party.
He can give us control of the ship. He has the power.
That's true.
Yeah, but he's also very dangerous. I don't know if we have that. We barely survived him. Do we actually have the power to contain him?
Yeah, like how does
the surge?
We barely survived the whole fight. He seemed on his own manageable.
how does subduing work? Like what are the mechanics for if we do non-lethal damage?
So
Is it-
basically, he
Yeah.
goes unconscious and you've got 10 minutes. Unless there's other circumstances, you have 10 minutes before.
So we could draw like a magic circle around him, maybe.
Or we could
Correct.
just put him in primary or secondary containment or whatever. Or do we not trust the ship?
Can we put him with Al?
That's the only thing. Like, will he still have command and like the ability to control the ship?
So you know from primary containment, you still have the ability to command the ship. You've not tested being locked in secondary containment, but Morin, your knowledge of secondary containment means that it's very unlikely that if he's put in secondary containment, he will be able to do anything about the ship.
It's very unlikely.
Unlikely.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna put him in the meatballs prison.
With the eye.
That's
that being
different.
said, he is going to have to be allowed out at some point to do the permission thing. Like,
But so are we gonna just force him to give us permission, then kill him? Like that seems barbaric.
No.
I'd say, like, honestly, if all we're missing are some security logs, I don't necessarily care. Kill him and see if his death triggers the transfer anyway.
So the issue is, can he transfer third ship, or can he just?
Can. I think we were
he
told.
has the power to designate someone as a third. Yes.
Yeah, like we were told when we were talking to the ship to like redesignate ourselves. We needed the previous thurge.
Yeah, but if the ship sees the previous thurge die,
The church will appoint a new one.
Correct.
So what if we asked Plucky right now? Like, will Plucky respond to us?
Yes.
Okay. So could we ask Plucky if having the thurge here, we could take thurge ship?
Basically, I think you guys kind of know the answer is you need to convince him to pass the mantle of Thurge over to you.
It would have to be willingly, right?
Yeah.
So I think we actually might be able to get him to hand it over
Okay.
without needing to necessarily kill him afterwards.
Okay. Let's try it.
what would we do with him?
Teleport him somewhere with our Bindisk.
I know of a great seaside cabin that could use some tending.
But then he's just gonna connect back with the church and attack us again.
Well, not if we
But
could
he
find
won't
a
be third
deal.
anymore.
Like if we could make a deal.
If we kill him, they're going to give third ship to somebody else, which means there will be another person out there that can get onto our ship and have command of it.
Right.
Oh,
So, like,
that
that's-
doesn't have to be done on our ship?
No. It's just whoever, like the ship just knows.
How?
Magic.
Alright, fine. Keep him alive, shove him in
I
secondary
have
containment.
Gary, I have a question. What's been happening with the ship battle while we've been preoccupied with the boarding party?
So the short version is basically the sides have been sort of at somewhat of a stalemate. People aren't the Dredgehammer and the Dancer's Edge are not. They're not coating the top of your ship with weapons fire while the commander is on the deck dealing with you all. And once the boarding team is taken out, you can see the Dancer's Edge raises the red flag and the Dredgehammer goes to flee.
What's a red flag mean?
The white flag, sorry.
Got it.
I was looking at something that's red. So, yeah.
I was
So
like,
they're surrendering.
"Oh."
So the Dancer's Edge surrenders. You can tell it is severely damaged.
But we never heard from Morin's sister, huh?
Yeah, who's on the edge.
Yeah.
And the Dredgehammer is going to
And her
flee.
ship's about to
Yeah,
break.
it's destroyed.
Rude.
So basically, you guys popped out of invisibility, blew up one ship, crippled another, almost bloodied a third, and then that third ship was like, okay, bye.
Took out a landing party.
Because if you remember when we were doing ship battle, each round is 5 minutes. So you guys did that entire combat within one round of ship combat.
Right.
I mean, it's a flagship ship.
Very eloquently said.
So, you get the guy captured. So the question then becomes, what are you going to do with the third? Because if he just wakes up, he is going to be a problem if he wakes up unrestrained.
Yeah, we have to move him to containment right away. And
Yes.
maybe we throw a magic circle around him for good measure.
So where's he going?
What is secondary containment?
It's where the you guys can call it
was.
the meatball, but the meatball was.
But isn't the god egg there?
Oh, okay.
It is.
It is.
So what's in primary containment is Al. Don't we have like
Oh, so hang on. So the God Egg isn't in secondary containment. It's in the pool that is surrounding secondary containment because it couldn't fit in the actual.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
just floating. It's just floating in like the green pea soup. You know?
Making Gelfek generally unhappy.
so then so we could put him in the actual like force cage thing in the middle.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we definitely could.
Let's
Based-
do it.
Based on my knowledge of that particular containment, is that going to hold him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it held Beholder. It can probably hold some little
Yeah, it
puny
held a
dude.
baby beholder with like a bunch of. I feel like the beholder had a bunch of powers that like, because it tried to interfere with the ship. Like it tried to when we
Mhm.
let it out. It used our beacon to broadcast, didn't it?
Yeah.
No, it used one.
I'm pretty
Tried.
sure.
It tried to
Yeah.
use one.
Your one's brain.
hmm
So I tried to
I
use
thought it tried to
send.
use the beacon at some point.
No, I tried to use one to cast ascending.
All
So I was
right.
wearing the helm that was like to interface with it, I think.
Mhm.
Right.
So
Well-
it seems reasonably. So one of the disadvantage that I want to say is clear here is if you turn on secondary containment, it is going to lower the energy recovery rate of your ship. Now you guys are doing pretty good on energy right now, but
hmm
as long as he's in there, it is going to meaningfully affect the recovery of your ship, which is also
it's
part
like
of the reason.
10.
Yeah, which is also part of the reason you think that there's really very little chance he's going to be able to escape because it takes such a huge amount of energy from the ship.
How much energy does it take?
10, it's either 5 or
10%
Oh wow.
is 10.
yeah.
But
It's
like
your recovery rate.
we're probably only going to put him in there for like an hour while we talk to him, right? I mean,
Yeah, let him sit for a few days.
Yeah, it depends how long it takes him to get worn down enough to agree to do something that he fundamentally doesn't want to do. And then even so, like, let's say he agrees, right? And then we let him out, and then he doesn't keep his end of the bargain. Like, what are we going to do then? You know?
Kill him.
Kill him.
Kill him.
How's this confusing?
And we'll put him
Okay.
back in secondary containment, and we'll
Yeah.
try again.
Yep. We're very good at that.
All right, in you go.
We can do this all day.
All right. So the battle is ended. The assumption is you guys, while the crew kind of manages the above deck, you guys take him down to secondary containment and engage secondary containment around Raj.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Just looking at all my rituals because I think I have so many now. Continue. Sorry.
We take any did the ship take any damage from that fight at
No.
all?
No, the ship didn't get.
Okay.
The ship was never counterattacked. You guys.
They never got a turn.
Oh,
Well, they tried, but didn't Al mess with their spells?
He
Well,
did. He did do
they could have
something.
gotten a reaction, but Al did something to them. Yeah.
can I have us signal to the Dancer's Edge to land, and because they're less of a threat in the air, right?
Yes.
Are they less of a threat if they have landed?
You could find out from Morin that it doesn't really have the capacity to land. It can like hover really close to the ground.
What about in the water?
I
It is
think
going
that
to
might be
damage-
something unique to ours, right?
Yes. Like the typical throne ships are exclusively airships. You can't really land them or put them in water.
Got it.
Isn't water just thicker
Yeah,
air?
I'll just signal to them to go lower so that we have the height advantage, the superior height advantage, just in case they're
Do you want to have them land kind of on the Three Trees side of the lake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'll also signal stay aboard your ship. We'll be in further contact.
Okay. So you do that. Both of those are simple beacon commands, so you could easily do those. But I mean, like I said, these emblem class vessels would have even more ability to send and receive messages. So easily done to get them to go down. They are not going to fight back because before they realized they were in a fight, they were now almost immediately destroyed. So they get pushed down. It does take the Dancer's Edge about 10 minutes to get to the ground on the edge of down at ground level near the edge of the city. And by the time your ship kind of goes down to more, I don't know if you're going to land in the water, but close to the ground, you can see that there's about 20 Genasi Church of the Elements soldiers that are wearing the same uniforms that are kind of sitting in short rows with men holding halberds over them, keeping the prisoner by the time that you guys fly down.
Is it
one of
Aegis's troops?
Yes.
Mhm.
So one of the halberdiers kind of sees the ship coming in lower and salutes up with the spear, and then sort of gestures vaguely at the gathered peoples, and then kind of gives you a thumbs up.
Nice.
Give him the biggest thumbs up and grin with blood trickling down my face and we have not had a chance for a short rest. So
So what to now? I'm
Um,
going to take a short rest, get some health and whatever back. But beyond that,
presumably.
can while the third is helpless, can I do history revealed?
ba-dum-bum-bum.
You just see the most defining moments of the creature's life. It was when his master called the Wild Hunt. Believe it or not.
We're gonna get to do more than one.
The answer to that question is yes.
Uh-huh.
However,
You're not ready.
I'm I would be able to give better answers if I had prep time to be able to
Yeah.
give you better answers. And we're near the end of session anyways.
Yeah,
So,
we could do it over Discord if you want.
Does that count as a question?
Okay.
Yes.
So can we spin into the main area of Three Trees? Like, my vote is to spin into the main area of Three Trees because we need to have a conversation with, like, they're gonna come back. We need to have a conversation with the Lords of Three Trees, and particularly Lord Stoneface.
God, can we leave that for another time?
We
just
subdued.
Band-Aid.
We just subdued a very evil individual and incarcerated them. So I think it's time we go murder an infant.
A baby,
We did our one good deed.
We're not murdering. We're discarding.
Erasing her identity.
Yeah.
why can't I find the stupid splash screens for this?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you want me to roll for history revealed?
I do. Yes, please.
Okay.
Because that will give me what I need.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
3 scenes. 4 scenes.
4 scenes.
4
scenes.
scenes.
Why?
Does us kicking his butt count as a scene?
It might.
This is
That'd
an
be
extremely
flattering.
defining moment of his life, losing.
I don't know why I cannot find these. It should be very easy to see. Because I'm fucking dumb. That's why. I get so frustrated because I'm like, man, I really try to label things correctly. And I was like, I know that this map is called Reach Splash Screens. And I look and it's not there. And I'm like, what? I called it, like, all the other maps in the Reach are Reach dash whatever. This one, for some reason, I wrote the Reach Splash.
And you gave me hassle for all of my bad naming on my video recordings?
The prosperity session.
Oh, it was pretty bad, actually, because it's all date
They were
organized.
really-
There were like 6 formats.
Yeah, that would have aggravated me. And seeing this one's wrong also aggravates me, and I immediately fixed it.
No one looked at it but me until I gave you access.
So, yeah, you get to them. You're able to spin into 3 trees, and more or less get a hero's welcome. Like, people, even like the common folk that don't really understand kind of what's going on, that didn't get the semi-cryptic warning that you gave to Lord Stonetrees, they recognize that there was an occupying force here. Your ship appeared in the skies, and suddenly it's not a problem anymore. So as you guys come out of the big building where the spin is, that sort of like heavily defended fortress type area, kind of an inward-facing fortress, you have people on the streets that are raising, usually not weapons, usually like tankards or things like that, raising it up and cheering you on and hailing to the saviors of Three Trees. So in this sort of atmosphere, Lord Stonetree walks up and has just a huge grin on his face, sees that you guys are pretty beat up, and he because well, I hope you didn't get all of that on our account, but I guess least I can do. Nice place to rest, good meals, good entertainment. And then he snaps his fingers at the crowd, and he's like, "Someone fetch me the bard!" And then calls for people to start pulling things out onto the big green that's in front of his manor house, which is a couple blocks away from the spin disc location, and basically is starting sort of an impromptu like festival, with everyone here just suddenly having the weight lifted of the city being sacked. What do you guys do?
Not gonna like this next part.
Yeah.
Go for it,
That's
Jack.
just- I mean, dude's putting out a feast for us.
Yeah. So you guys
Uh,
see the feast being
okay.
prepared. People are coming out. The Lady Stone Tree is standing outside with her daughter, watching everything.
Oh god. Okay. Uh, Lord Stone Tree.
He smiles. Captain Griffle? No. Helmsman Griffle. Yes. What can I do?
Would you? I can't stop. Oh god.
It's not going to hurt the child.
No, but the fact that we started hearing, like, I think that was Pesney in the background, right as we're about to say, let's kill your daughter.
Oh god. Okay. There are a couple of things we need to discuss urgently. Let your people celebrate out in the courtyard. Feast them if you will. It is a day that they should celebrate. But you and your council, we should speak privately somewhere, I think.
So he takes a deep breath. He says, yes, of course. Let's get the business done first, so we can get to the best part of it. And he gestures towards one of the barrels of alcohol that's being wheeled out of one of the houses into the street. So he claps his hands, gestures to a couple of people, asks for them to get the rest of the lords, get the other two lords of Three Trees, and he goes back into his house, into the sort of big dining area thing where you guys last had a conversation with the lords of Three Trees.
So once we're all there, I will address all of them, and we're going to address the baby thing, but we just need a minute. Lords of Three Trees, the Church of the Elements has come to destroy you. We have fought them off this one time, but they will come again. I do not think there is any stopping them. They are bent on your destruction.
So Yiggs Half-Tree, the Goliath that's on the council, stands up, sets forward. I am not going to be the one that do be giving doubt upon people that have done so well by our city, but they be giving words to us, be giving promises that if we be cooperating, that no harm be coming to the people in the town. There be no fighting here until you be showing back up. What proof do you be having that they were going to be doing something that you had to strike first? He kind of puts his hands up a little bit. I am not against striking when not striking when you know a blow is coming, but nothing that we have seen here has shown proof that they were going to do anything but carry on their way searching for you.
Lauren?
My my sister is one of the captains of the airships that was floating above your above your city, and she was given direct orders to raise your town. The great boon that your city has been experiencing, the church believes to be the result of a plague that they believe resides on our ship released. No such thing occurred, but in order to cover their traces, they wish to destroy any indication or evidence of this plague.
So he scratches at this sort of scraggly, rough beard. There do be questions about what be causing the bounty. I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, but if this be something more sinister and they be thinking it the case, I be knowing that peoples in the sanctuary, the Genasi and their people, they be knowledgeable in the ways of magics. You be saying it's not this plague, this thing they be having. Your ship, it be one of theirs, yes? if they be thinking that ship could be the one that is able to do the bounty and it could be a bad thing, then how are you to say otherwise? It could be the thing, could it not? Else you have some other explanation.
I'll look at Lord Stonetree and ask, do you find everyone in this room trustworthy for the information that we know?
You see, he kind of looks around for a second. He glances over at his wife. And then he says, of course, I trust the other lords, but we all have our own personal dealings. And I've given my personal assurance that the bounty is not harmful for the city, that it is not something that the other lords and that the populace need to worry about. You see Yiggs kind of turn towards him and grimace. You can tell from the way that he's acting, he would kind of prefer not to say, but yeah. He's trying to say to them, of course I trust you all. But then while saying to you, don't tell them.
Yeah. Got it. So I'll look at him and say, unfortunately, we think the safest course moving forward is to release what is contained.
He frowns at that.
Jesus.
Why don't you just?
I don't know how to how do you possibly phrase that to not be terrible?
Okay. Well, hold up. So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to Lady Stonetree because she's here, right? You just said she's here, like
You're in the room, yeah.
With the baby.
Yeah. I'm gonna take her hand, and because we shared a vision, I'm kind of relying on that kind of like still that sort of shared like yeah. And I'm just gonna be like we explained, right? We told them like what their kid is.
Yeah.
Yes, and also basically was as soon as Drock says that, and you see Lord Stonetree, like his face grows dark. The Lady Stonetree, Marion, looks around for a second and then sees you coming towards her. So she'll grab hold of your hand. You can feel that sort of lingering connection, and she'll look at you and say, "But you told me if it was ever let out, if she wasn't ready, that it would destroy her."
We thought we had time, but
But we don't have time. You were able to defend them off. The Genasi are fleeing. We could even find a way to get the ones that fled. This doesn't have to be done now. We're safe again.
we cannot stay here and defend against the entirety of Sanctuary for the next 20 years.
You can tell that the
We
other
hoped.
the other lords are starting to like look awkwardly at one another. Like they can tell that there's something they should know that they don't know what's going on in the room. Go ahead, sorry, Griffel.
We had hoped to keep her safe by hiding her here where none would think to look. But the blooming, the abundance that you're experiencing drew the ire of Sanctuary. They will not stop coming.
So she holds her daughter close and then says, well then, your ship can go places. You could take us away from here. Take us somewhere they can't follow. We can get away from them. I know it. I'll run anywhere. Go anywhere. If we stay on the run, then people won't notice the blooming, right?
The Church of the Elements is not the threat that will be coming after your child. This is merely a symptom of a disease that only what is within your child can cure.
So she holds the child, and then you get this sort of moment where she's holding a little bit too tight, and the baby starts crying. But maybe we could find a way to. You said that she's the cure. If she's the cure, then we can't hurt her. We could channel that energy. We could find someone that knows something, a shaman, anyone that could use the energy and let her grow.
Your daughter is not the cure. What is contained within is the cure.
Oh, that's so brutal.
So you see, she just sort of stops, starts to cry, looks down at the child that she's holding. You can't. She's my only one. You can't have her. And then she just sort of like, is rocking herself. She looks at the two doors leading out of the room. You can sort of see this sort of resigned look on her face. Like she's pretty certain she's not going to be able to make it out the door if she runs.
I'll look at her and say, even if we ran now, the church may come and kill everyone in the town because of the blooming that has already happened. We are trying to save everyone, not just one individual.
You see Lord Stonetree looks back up, and you see that darkness gather around his left hand. You've done good by me and my people, but you're not hearing my wife. You will not harm our child.
Oh, God.
We do not mean to harm your child. We do not wish to cause any pain to anyone. But to save many, one might need to be sacrificed. We don't see another way forward at this time.
When you say sacrificed, you see that darkness start to coalesce into a dagger in his hand. And then you hear a sharp tisk and a little burst of energy as Oil on Water, the Eladrin woman, sort of snaps her fingers under the table, and the energy around him sort of dissipates as she kind of cancels the magic around him. And she frowns and looks around and says, "You are saying sacrifice. You mean death. The baby, the child, this blooming, this energy. It's all connected, is it not?"
It is.
The room grows cold for a moment, and part of the wall on the far side, away from where everyone's sitting, changes. It grows not darker, but less distinct. It doesn't look like a wall with a desk in front of it, with a table covered in serving utensils and plates and platters. Instead, it looks like a drawing of that. All the colors have been muted and washed out as a wraith passes through the wall and stands just slightly off the floor on the other side of the room. She looks up, looks at all the people gathered, focuses on Morin for just a second, then looks at the child and nods her head, holding a board covered with white and black pieces tightly to her chest.
Is it the same wraith from the...
It is.
Oh, yeah.
When the wraith appears, the sort of dam holding up Marion Stonetree breaks, and she just collapses to the floor and kind of curls around her daughter. What is one doing during all this?
Drock, I just got the tone in your telepathic message.
Right?
Like, it just clicked.
Every time I've been like, there must be another way, it's like, no. And then we get here, and there's a mother crying, and now Griffle caves and is like on my side. Yeah, thanks.
I guess I would say, Lady Stone Tree, we cannot understand your pain, but we know that you have it. It is unfortunate that the Lady Clotho has chosen your child as her vessel. However, as you may recall, you were slated for death. The child was slated for death. These months that you have had with your daughter have been given to you by us. However, now it is time. Clotho must emerge. It is not something that you can stop, and it will not destroy your child, but your child is destined for something greater. We are sorry that this is not the life you imagined for your child, but this was designed, this was ordained. This is not something that you can stop. We hope that you will make your peace with this in the few moments you have left.
Do you want to give me a diplomacy or an intimidate check? Either one.
Sure. I will do. Hang on, sorry. I lost my character sheet. Hang on. So I'll do diplomacy, and I'm going to use my little hat. Isn't that what it is? A special little hat that will give me +5 training. So really just +4.
Oops. So you see, as you're talking, she's nodding along. You can kind of only tell she's half listening, and everyone else in the room is completely silent, listening to you and watching her cry and sob and kind of rock back and forth, holding her child. And then she says, "But the shaman told me that if anything happens to this one, that when it happened, that something was broken in me. I can't have any more. If you take her, if I give her to you, I'll never be a mother again."
On the contrary, you will be the mother to the Lady of Summer, who is in turn the I don't know, the mother of like I don't know how I would say this, but I want to try to kind of make it a little bit poetical, where it's you're the mother, you're the mother of the Lady of Summer. You're
who gives life to many.
Yeah, who gives life to... Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
So she rocks, she listens, and you see with trembling hands, she holds the baby in front of her and sort of turns her face down, lifts the child up to 1, holding her above her head.
I will gently and respectfully take this baby.
So as soon as you lean forward to take the baby, Lord Stone Tree jumps across to do something, and Yiggs grabs him by the scruff of the neck and just holds him up off the ground as the guy just flails and screams and scratches at him and kicks the wall.
I'm
Yig is
just
like
gonna envelop
overly-
Lady Stonetree into like a hug and just like hold her real tight, but not like too tight.
Yeah, she curls up into a ball. One, what do you do?
I would like to attempt to telepathically connect with Clotho inside of this baby.
So when you reach out, you can feel that the passageway, the rituals, the connection that you were able to do before, it's tangled. It's like you're going into a maze. You know that before, when the shaman was there, the shaman was helping with the connection to allow you to speak with the child within. And now the sort of incredible maze of rituals and enchantments and what feels in your mind like this impenetrable jungle is wrapped around the child. And as even just a little pushing, you know that someone with a special channel, someone that knows the way, has to be the one to do it.
All right, I will hand the baby to Drock.
Will I be able to do it?
I have a connection with the child.
But no psionic abilities.
You are literally psionic. And a Knight of Summer.
Internal. Not for reaching out.
So, Drock, do you take the child?
Sure. I mean, I'll try. See what happens.
You take the child, and as soon as you're holding her, basically before even one lets go, you can sense just under the child's skin the glowing presence of the Lady of Summer. Like your being the Summer Knight, you feel the connection so much more strongly while you're holding the vessel of the Lady of Summer.
Cool. So can I communicate with her then, or?
So yeah, you try to communicate with it, and you can sense that there is still a barrier there. There's still something there, but you can kind of feel like you're getting at the edge of maybe a room, right? You can't have a conversation face to face, but it's kind of like you've opened the door and you're able to call from the hallway. What do you do? What do you say? What do you think?
So I'll say, like, in my mind to her, as well as out loud if I can, it is time to emerge and take control.
So you say that out in your head. You feel the baby's body grow feverishly warm, and then the whole room is bathed in green gold light as the child turns into a miniature glowing sun. And you can hear this sort of stretching and tearing sound, like roots growing incredibly fast. And the child immediately becomes heavy. You can feel her grow. And after only a few seconds, she is kind of laying partially across your arms, and she rolls away from you, holding the strip of not wrapping, the swaddle that she had around her chest, kind of modestly, and then kind of looks around the room as Lady Summer is now standing before you. She smiles, nods. I was used to having something else. It's strange to just be me. She looks towards Lady Stonetree, who's just staring at her in shock. And I do remember some pieces. She goes over, kneels down in front of Lady Stonetree and says, "You don't have to have nothing while the world gets everything from you." She reaches one of her hands out and touches the woman that was her vessel's mother on the cheek, and you see kind of a warm, rosy glow go over Lady Stonetree, who had basically gone completely white. And she says, "My mother would want others to be mother. My gift to you is what my vessel took from you with her passing. And then when she pulls back her hand, you can see a shimmer in the air in front of her, and there's a little boy, about 5 years old, who's looks pretty much completely real, although you can see bits and pieces of his body that see through. The boy smiles, jumps, claps, and then runs across the room, grabbing a little wooden sword as he goes to his father, who is still dangling in the air by Yig's stone tree, or Yig's half tree. And you see the Lord stare down at the boy, and then he holds up a wooden sword and says, I think I'm ready. I'm going to be better this time. I bet I'll get a touch. And then he vanishes. The room goes silent. I'll see you guys next time.
Gary.
Wowzers.
Wowzers.
Oh, that was rough.
I'm having an emotion.
Oh, man.
And yeah, that is going to be the end of session. You guys don't have to go anywhere, but we're going to do a hard stop there, and we'll begin there next time.
So, is that... is Clotho giving her a baby? Is she going to be pregnant? That's going to be their son? Or is it,
Yeah, that's how I interpreted it.
What?
Yeah.
Does Clotho not explain?
She's whimsical.
God, that woman's cryptic.
As an aside, slightly funny mental image of us rocketing out of nowhere, destroying a ship, subduing the other, and then us ceremoniously just walking off into the city while the other ship just hangs out.
Walking to the city to kill a baby.
We didn't kill the baby.
Oh, close enough.
They're getting a new baby. A better baby.
Oh, God.
I don't know.
Apparently, Clotho has a 2-for-1 policy. Your child's. We're trying to reach you about your child's extended warranty.
Oh, man.
I mean, if you guys thought I was going to make that decision easy on you, you were wrong.
Cute Gary.
Poor JP.
Oh, I'm just glad you guys actually stepped up and weren't just you know what, we'll let him handle this. That is interesting. Okay, cool. So when's the next session so we can figure out what the heck's happening?
2 weeks? Wait.
Yep.
On a Friday.
On a Friday, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Nope, they're Saturdays again.
Oh, no. Wait, can we
Fixed
do May 6th?
I think we have a break,
I
don't we?
believe so.
We
Yeah.
do have a break, but
Thanks.
I don't know why.
I think just because people couldn't make the next 2 weeks. I could look, but I think we're on break until the 13th.
Oh, yeah. Mike.
And not that we're ending at a cliffhanger or anything like that, or,
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Gary.
Just on the edge of lots of shit to get done.
So much.
Yeah, it's a 2-week break.
Yep.
So-
Yeah.
Man.
Was
With
there-
that
did we-
cliffhanger. Come on.
Oh, do you know what? The reason we weren't doing the 29th is because I was maybe having friends come in, I think, and they're not. So, just throw that out there.
There were 2 people that couldn't make the 29th. It was you and Michael. I don't know what Michael's got going on.
Oh, okay.
So you can ask.
Also, as much as I want to know what's going on, too many sessions back to back is hard. So if we did the 29th, could we maybe cut out one of the ones in May?
I mean, if we did the 29th, we'd then have a week off and then have the 13th.
Yeah, we have
Yeah,
two.
but then
weeks.
3 in a row.
And then 2 in a row? Or 3 in a
13th,
row?
20th, 27th.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, so that is 3.
3 in a row in May.
fair enough.
Oh, and then June
No.
3rd?
Still not 3 in a row. I don't understand how you're getting it 3 in a row. So if we did next week, that'd be April 29th.
Yeah.
Then we wouldn't play on May 6th.
Correct.
Then we would play on May
13th.
13th and May 20th.
Yeah.
Then we wouldn't play on May 27th.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that. I'm looking at the votes, not the. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Also,
Oh, yeah.
however, Griffle did say potentially that we would swap 3rd to May 27th, depending on when your mum is visiting.
Yeah.
So if we did that, then it would be 3 in a row.
This is why we can't schedule
no, hang
this
on.
many.
Right?
She's looking at the 3rd of June.
All right. Well, we'll try to figure this out because it doesn't matter what happens. We have to ask Michael what he's got going on next week. So
Yeah,
if he's
fair.
not here next week, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we don't want him missing 2 in a row.
Not that he missed anything that happened this session, but you know,
No, nothing
maybe
happened.
it'll happen next session.
Just me sitting down and standing back up again.
Over. Okay, what is?
So many times.
How is that happening?
I'm a revenant,
Okay.
so
He's
I
only
can
mostly dead.
I become dazed instead of going unconscious when I hit 0 hit points.
And
It
then
might. It
like,
might
Was
be-
your like power? Was your power healing you briefly or something?
Yeah.
I had a power that healed me, and then I used a potion, and then I used a blood apricot.
So how do you actually die?
The same way everybody
So-
else does. I still have to make death saving throws.
Yeah. And the other thing is that, like, because he doesn't go unconscious when he gets below 0, enemies don't have a reason to ignore him. Right? Because normally you get knocked out, a lot of enemies will not continue to attack you. But since he's going to stay conscious the whole time, they will continue to attack him until he dies. So,
Trade-offs.
yeah, there is a trade off for it.
God damn it!
All right. Well, I at least am going to need a moment to get some water and to not be mentally in the headspace of Marion Stonetree for 10 minutes. So I'm gonna go do that.
Yeah, I
and
just want
next
to. I
year-
just want to point out that like my middle brother like died while in my care while an infant. So this was a hard session.
I'm sorry, Griffle. I love you.
Uh,
I'm
All right,
good.
this is
I'm
great.
good. I'm
I'm
fine.
out. I'm
Yeah.
out. Have a good night, guys.
I have to run, but thanks everybody.
Bye.
And
Thank you
this
so
was-
much.
Yeah.
This was great, even if parts of it weren't necessarily fun.
Mhm. That was delightful. I had a great time the whole time.
All right,
All
I'll talk
right,
to you guys
one
later.
is going to jail for infanticide.
She didn't die. All right. Bye, guys.
All right.
Bye.
Take care,
Bye.
everyone. Bye.